all out of bounds. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall. The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, hate me if you can survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop my macho man Randy Savage now. I'm the man, I'm the icon, and yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leaves you the best in your head like over net. For the punks and the perverts, this is how it works with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Isman and Barney, they got the cheap seats, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the band from Australia to Japan. Shake down the road, oh shit, back up to Mississippi.
We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, and we're live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting. And I will prove that tonight because I'm going to give my honest opinions on a lot of things. Handsome Jackie Jones, left my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and my enforcer of the Headyverse.
1-inch biceps, a power goat, bah. Man who tells you what to do, the boss baby, the king of all the marks.
Boom. Now, normally I'd be out here and say that dumbass hillbilly's always late on the toilet. But this time it's not his fault that we're late. It's mine. So I can't blame Inch. It's all the most honest man in podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones' fault for being late this week.
Well, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Taking all the blame.
Yeah, excuse me. So, lots of things tonight. I'm going to open a pro wrestling crate. We're going to start giving out Royal Rumble numbers, which I have here, and I haven't even ripped up completely yet, and to put into the Macho Man mug. We're going to talk about a roller coaster of wrestling, I think, from excitement to maybe something else over a couple of nights. A lot of stuff to talk about, Inchman.
I think we should probably start the show off with the thing that the people want to talk about the most, and that is QT Marshall is no longer with AEW.
Exactly. We have returns, many returns. We've got shocking developments. We have injuries, but we also have a shocking resignment, someone leaving AEW that could rock it to its very core, and that is my boy QT Marshall. It's gone.
Damn.
And then I read his reasoning, and he wants to become he wants to wrestle more. Apparently he has a high paying job in AEW, which is clearly, well deserved because, wrestling legend QT Marshall doesn't have to take a lot of bumps. He thinks that he should be, a bigger wrestling star in the ring, and also has some concerns about the direction of the company, which maybe some of those could be warranted. But I'm a QT Marshall fan, as you know. Maybe the biggest, and I think that says a lot about him if I'm his biggest fan. But he'll never be a star anywhere.
I hate to break it to QT, but I think he needs to just Well, the cat's already out of the bag, so to speak, because he says he's leaving. But I think he should reconsider seriously, because I don't think he's going to go to WWE and start lighting it on fire. I mean, stranger things have happened, but that would definitely make the top 10 of strange things.
Now if his friend got him another job, that's how he got in AEW, because his buddy got him a job, and that's fine. I'm not anti, getting your friend's job, but I assume it'd probably be something where we actually don't see him, or if we do see him, it'll be like he'll be like a security guard guy or something like that. I do not foresee him being an in-ring, even just an in-ring talent. But if he is an in-ring talent, I do not foresee him being anything of a note.
Yeah. Mike Bessler in the chat room, he wants to know, what's the kitty's name? This is JoJo. JoJo sitting on the show tonight, I guess.
Named after JoJo Brown.
JoJo Brown. Oh yeah. But
dropped my pen.
I saw the Ronda Rousey return.
How was that, Inchman? You talk about that while I'm looking for my pen.
It was interesting watching her. I guess she's big friends with Marina Shafir, right? Which I'm not really familiar with, but I guess if you're in the MMA world, you're familiar with these things. But so she had a match with her and Marina Shafir taking on Athena, and
I used to have a cat named Athena.
Oh yeah, and Billy Starks, or Bill yeah, I think it's Billy Stark or Billy Starks. I forget how it goes, but I'm getting confused with the other girl that you're so against in WWE. That was on the pay-per-view. Zoey Starks. I think it's Starks.
I mean, it's not that I despise the woman. I just think she's awful and brings no talent and no positive impact in the world of wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure she's a nice person.
Well, I don't hate her I don't really even hate her. She's just kind of there.
She had maybe the worst Rhea Ripley match I've seen. Real waste of Rhea Ripley on that pay-per-view, having her against this person.
I'm sure there's been others that's been worse than what you've seen.
It's pretty bad. Crowd was dead. They normally love her. Just a real worthless person. But like I said, I'm sure she's got her pluses.
But anyways, Ronda Rousey, and it was a fun match. But I wouldn't say it was like perfect. It was far from it. But I mean, they did some stuff that was pretty fun within that match. So I did enjoy watching Ronda Rousey's Ring of Honor debut. Don't know how many matches she's going to have in Ring of Honor, but it was pretty cool to see. And they didn't even deny it, the commentators, that the cat was already out of the bag as far as people knowing that Ronda Rousey was on the show, which, it was a strange decision to make that, she was on a recorded show,
right?
Where it could leak out like that. But I guess that's just how they wanted it. So.
Yeah, it's a weird thing all around. I don't think she's going to be a good fit because the crowd turned on her pretty quick in WWE. AEW crowd is much more concerned about in-ring product, although I think wrestling fans overall are more than they ever were. But I don't think she's a good fit in AEW, and I think you could actually even use that to a benefit and have her as a heel, but she takes like heel heat personally. So I think the crowd's going to turn on her very quick, and she takes it very personal. I don't think she's a good fit in wrestling at all. And I don't think she's a good fit in WWE especially. I mean, in AEW especially.
Well, she's not signed like a long-term contract. It was pretty much.
No, I don't think she's even to a contract. I think it's just a per appearance.
Yeah.
On a show that's not even really a show.
You love throwing that one in there on Ring of Honor. It's a show. I mean, but it's just on the internet.
Yeah, it's like a pay app thing, right?
It's basically a website that you can go to. And
yeah, I'm sure the show's fine and all, but it's a huge. Ring of Honor is just a huge bomb. It's a big dud, huge waste of money.
You're about to order it though.
It's been unsuccessful, and I think it actually brings the product down.
You're gonna order for the pay-per-view. You always enjoy the pay-per-views.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's $10, and I'll see the pay-per-view instead of paying $50. But I'm not the one bankrolling the company. I think it was a huge, it's been a huge failure. I think it's been run as a big failure on pretty much every level you can think of.
But it
takes down the AEW product, having the Ring of Honor titles all over it.
I think they expected to have a television program, and that didn't necessarily work out for them.
Right. Well, maybe you get that lined up before you buy it. I think he paid more money for Ring of Honor than WWE paid for WCW, which is really insane.
Really? They sold Ring of Honor for more.
Yeah, it was like $4 million.
WCW. That's insane to think about. I couldn't blame him for taking it though.
No, not the company. Thank you, Boom, Sean Green, new member, Boom.
Sean, thank you very much.
Sean Green, join the Headyverse here, helps pay for all the costs. They're very expensive. I was going to go full HD, but it would cost about $500 for the year. And I really don't want to ask people to donate. I asked if anyone was interested, and not one single person was. So I assume it's probably not going to happen. But thank you guys for joining the Headyverse. We appreciate it. There's some cool perks, like this cool little 8-bit guys you can use. You get access to Jackie Jones archives, and you get the remastered original episodes of In Your Head uncensored, which hopefully does not get us in trouble down the line. It's very exciting. The only thing that's cut out are the tunes, just because they're licensed, and that can run into issues.
Yeah.
And some of these, it's been taking me a while. I'd like to put them up a little faster, but some of them have taken a long time to clean up, like the Greg the Hammer Valentine episode. General Adnan, same way. Some of these, the audio is, and no fault to anybody, it was a different time back then. Internet wasn't as fast, so that was a big thing. It was a new world about recording interviews through Skype or anything like that. So the audio is not great on a lot of them, but I've been trying to clean them up, and I think they're much clearer than they've ever been. So maybe not perfect, but much clearer than they've ever been. So it's very cool. And currently almost all the interviews are up on YouTube already, but not the full episode. So you're going to get the pre-show, the post-show, with a lot of In Your Head nonsense that you guys all love. And even if you can get the interviews already, these ones are remastered and much easier to hear.
Yeah.
And most importantly, just helping to cover the cost of the show.
Most definitely. So we had a big pay-per-view this weekend.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot happened on it, I don't think.
Oh, Sean Green, producer here. So I can't do it during the show, but next week, Sean, your name will go up on the corner here, just like El Santos World and Brian Clutter are producers.
Excellent, thank you, Sean.
So we had the Survivor Series. It's weird to me that. So I get the idea that McMahon was always against War Games because not his creation. So Triple H gets creative control. He wants War Games. Cool by me. But I don't really understand sacrificing the WWE's creation of Survivor Series for the War Games. Why not? You could have both, because they have like unlimited special events now, especially all over the world. Sometimes we have several a month. So it's not like you're limited to 4 or even 12. So Survivor Series, I would like to see traditional Survivor Series matches. I like them.
I like
War
them too,
Games, I think you could save for its whole own pay-per-view just called the War Games.
I don't see why they would want to get rid of it. I have a conspiracy theory. I think it's Triple H's way to get back for like NXT 2.0.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to mess that. That's very McMahon thinking to mess up your own product that you own.
I think he's like giving him a shot back. It's like, well, did Vince McMahon come up with Survivor Series? Who was the one who thought?
I don't know. I mean, he was there. It's probably I bet it was a Pat Patterson thing, but I don't
probably. But I agree with you. Why can't they? Why can't they just have a War Games pay-per-view? I mean, just they could have another special event. I mean, a conspiracy.
Bruce Briscoe, what up, all you punks, perverts, and idiots? It's actually punks, perverts, and fools. Idiots. It's idiots, punks, perverts, and fools. Actually.
Well, he's an idiot. He's not going to get it right.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm just playing with you, Bruce.
I bet Ronda only wanted to be in Ring of Honor so she could keep her profile up. I don't know. Does that really get your profile up to even be in Ring of Honor?
Honestly, you want me to tell you why she was in Ring of Honor? I think she wanted to be with Marina, and I think she wanted a big payday.
Yeah,
they mentioned that Athena was a person who trained her some while she was training to become a professional wrestler. So she's probably pretty well acquainted with her. So her best friend's in the company. She wants to wrestle with her best friend, and she's up against somebody she's very familiar with who was a trainer of professional wrestling too.
Now I heard not Cornette, Bischoff say that he didn't think her being involved is going to help at all. And I agree in a certain level, but I didn't agree with what he said. It wouldn't help with like TV executives or something like, oh, you got Ronda Rousey, who cares, whatever. I actually think that's where it could come in handy, that if she was going to be actual part of Ring of Honor, and I think it could actually help with the TV deal if she's involved, because not 99.9% of the TV executives, they're not following the product saying, oh, well, she's not a good work or whatever. They don't even know what that would mean. They would just know that's a name that drew a lot of money in UFC on pay-per-view, was in WWE, main event of WrestleMania. I'd be like, oh, you got this star power on the show. We're probably more likely to give this a TV spot than, Athena. Nothing against her, but she's not not a name that anyone would know.
Yeah, you're never really going to understand wrestling until you're like an actual fan and you follow it pretty closely. So somebody who's outside of the wrestling bubble, Ronda Rousey is very appealing to them. So
we've got all the numbers here, so people don't think we're cheating. I was writing these down. That's why we were a little late, actually. And so we've never done this before. I'm going to mix them up, and we're going to see a lot live me folding these to put in the Macho Man mug.
Oh yeah.
But we can talk while I do this.
Randy Savage. He's getting the numbers put into his head. You need a Seth Rollins mug because he's the modern day Macho Man.
Fuck that. So Survivor Series opened with the women's War Games match, and the pre-show was real worthless. And I'll say, boy, that's a real difference. People might complain about AEW having why are these big matches on the pre-show? And I know I've questioned that myself, but like I said last week, it's just because it's never been done. Not necessarily that it's bad. And then watching this, it's like, well, God, I would much rather watch really good matches on the pre-show than just total shit that I can't sit through.
As a fan, it shouldn't matter, but I think the fans know that the pre-show is the free show, and it's like they're just giving the matches away. But still, the people are getting paid that's on the pre-shows. It's and to you as a fan, you should just want to be able to watch something that actually matters. And they did give you matches that actually mattered.
I know people say, I'm an AEW mark and I'm too harsh in WWE, and I actually like the pay-per-view overall, but those pre-shows are unwatchable. I think they're legit unwatchable. Some of the worst stuff that WWE puts out.
I'm not familiar with what was on this one, so
I don't even watch. It's Booker T, and there's no matches. It's just people babbling and pretending like they're talking about the matches like are real. And I know I don't want them out there acting like it's fake, but It's just really corny and it's awful.
Yeah.
It's an hour long of people just sitting there talking about shit. And Booker T, he's just so unbearable.
You don't like the shucky ducky quack quack moment?
No, and then he laughs like he's the most like he's. That's a big issue I have. It's like the Good Brothers, which are they ever on TV? I only watch the pay-per-views and I never see them.
I think the last thing I've seen was like Carl Anderson was taken up for AJ against I think the New Blood or the Bloodline.
So,
yeah, the Bloodline, not the
something
New
that's always bothered me about them is they're so unfunny, which is bad enough, but then they think they're hilarious, which really bothers me. And Taz actually the same way, and Booker T is the same way. They're so unfunny, yet they think they're hilarious, and that is probably my biggest hatred in a person.
Bruce Briscoe poses a question to you in the chat room. He wants to know Booker T or Taz on commentary. You have to pick one.
Well, I hear even less of Booker T, and he annoys me to no end. So I'd probably have to pick Taz, because even though I think he's awful and I actually think he's a detriment to Dynamite, like I don't just stop watching Dynamite. I don't know if I could watch a weekly 2-hour show if Booker T was on commentary.
Well, what is it with Taz on commentary and AEW? Do you think it's because there's not a Vince McMahon on the other side? Like, what the hell are you burying?
I think I've never liked him on commentary, but I think he even stands out worse in AEW because overall, even though there's goofy stuff on, he's dropping these awful comedy jokes, like dad jokes, and stuff that's supposed to be like serious. And he's just so out of place and terrible. And he brings down Tony and Excalibur.
Yeah.
Brings down the whole show, I think. This could be true, Sean Green. Sean says Good Brothers have a clause in their contract that states if AJ doesn't appear, they can go home and still get paid. It's possible.
Is that a good thing, though? I mean, like that's like you're just basically AJ's hanger-ons. I mean, like that's all you're going to be. I mean, that's not great.
So the women's War Games, I think you could argue it's the best match of the night.
It was really good. Jobs in the chat room was putting over Kairi Sane and
I have not seen a lot of any of the people. Well, not any of them. I've seen lots of Asuka and stuff. But my first time I've seen Kairi Sane, but I thought she was great in this match and really made me a fan of hers.
Yeah,
I really like the heel team.
The heel team was good.
All the baby face. I'm not a big fan of Bianca's character, but all of them are good wrestlers.
I thought that spot where she had like the grappling hook of chains that pulled the trash can up the side, and she put it on her head. This was a Io Sky, not sure. I apologize for. They've changed it to Sky now, and she jumped off with the trash can. I mean, that's the first time I think I've ever seen that.
It was like and it was like she was like totally covered in a trash can, and so everybody thinks I'm an AEW mark. Not everybody, but certain people. I'll say this: WWE has much better Asian women wrestlers than AEW. Why can't AEW get some of the better Asian women wrestlers? Sheeta's fine. She hasn't been good since her comeback. She's normally fine, but a lot of them they get are not particularly good.
You don't like Emi Sakura or Maki Ito or
I mean, none of them are as good as these women here in this match.
So you're a big Xia Li mark then?
She's fine. I thought that whole heel group was good.
Well, Xia Li wasn't even in the match, but
I don't know.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I thought the match was great. I thought they really put on a great opening match, and it probably, like you said, it's probably the match of the night.
Yeah, but it was bookend by two good matches. But this was great. It's this is a blanket complaint about any of these shows that have the big gimmick matches. Having two is weird, but at least when it's the men and the women's ones, it's better than when they used to have two and it would be like the SmackDown champion and the Raw champion, whatever. But and it's weird. It'd always be weird to open a show with the War Games. It's also weird to have the babyface team have the advantage, but it was a really fun match. It's a little weird because we saw a much more hardcore match on Full Gear, and I'm not saying that people need to rip, bleed all over and drink blood on matches, but it is weird. It's War Games, and it's not nearly as violent as the hardcore match on Full Gear, but really fun match. Great crowd super hot. Everyone worked really hard. No, really, besides little nitpicky stuff, no complaints of it.
Yeah. I thought it was some good stuff.
But Bruce, like all three Japanese women weigh as much as Nia Jax. I mean, that really means nothing to me. If when I'm watching the show, if someone's entertaining to me, I know it's not real, so they could, if they're really small, but they entertain me, it's totally fine with me.
I think Bruce Briscoe is overlooking the fact that she is not like most girls.
And I've been a Nia Jax supporter, but I saw her on Raw this week, and I can't say I was very impressed.
Yeah. I'm not really sure why they brought her back, honestly. But I will say, she has given us moments where it's like, that's pretty funny stuff. Like, ow, my hole. I mean, that's a pretty legendary line. But just, I don't know. I don't know if she's really into wrestling, honestly. I think she's just kind of there for shits and giggles and to make some money. But
I think she likes it.
Do you think she wants to be like a champion, or do you think she's just
Nia Jax? Yeah, no, I think she likes wrestling.
I kind of get the feeling she's just there just because it's a job and she wants to make money. But
no,
I could be wrong.
No, she had. I think a big reason that she came back was she was one of the first people. She made a cryptic tweet about people getting raises for like sexual favors. And then like they fired her and stuff, and no one really knew what the hell she's talking about. But then later on, it was clear what she was talking about. And so I think part of the reason bringing her back is that it's like, well, that's pretty bad that she got fired over bringing light to a pretty bad thing. So we should, it's a right thing to do, and it's also probably a smart thing to do. So.
Yeah. Especially when you're not the person who was doing favors for, when you're the person who wasn't receiving the favors as well.
Right.
Because we believe that person may have been totally ousted.
Yeah.
To a degree.
Yeah. Right. Out of creative, I think he's still like a big owner, whatever. But
well, we'll get into it, but we're kind of beating around the bush with this whole thing.
Yeah, we at some point, so we had that great match, and then I was like, oh, maybe I should start watching more WWE. Then immediately they had one of the most horrendous, and I know it's just a backstage segment, but I see people all the time bitching about comedy in AEW, like Orange Cassidy or something. But if you hate Orange Cassidy, how could you ever defend this potato chip segment? This was just so god awful. I see people loving it.
The crisp or potato chips.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, maybe I should just shut this off.
And R-Truth made his triumphant return and said it's not crisp or potato chips, it's Ruffles.
Oh my god. Otis is back. Oh my god, this was just so beyond bad. The Ruffle Shuffle. And it's funny because that guy that they had these memes where Tozawa's got in like this amazing shape. He used to be really heavy. And then this is for what? So he can eat potato chips with Otis in the back. Like, what was the point of like, yeah, you're in great shape and you're just like a comedy goof. Like, who cares? Baylor Dre throws babies in the air for our truth. I mean, I mean, our truth is better at the bad comedy than the other P. He can at least take really bad, horrible comedy, and at least like I'm not like oh my god, what am I watching? Like he's kind of funny, whatever. But the
But you did say this is probably one of the worst comedy.
oh
bits you've
yeah,
ever
it
seen.
was awful, so stupid. But again, it's just a backstage thing, but it's really awful. So then we had a match.
Is there anything that's happened in AEW that what you would say was as bad as that?
Oh, there's been bad stuff. I'd have to think, but there's been some really bad. I remember talking about some bad stuff in the past there. I'm not saying there's no bad stuff, but I mean a lot of the comedy is way better than this. Like the Adam with Roderick Strong. I mean that's like friggin' Blazing Saddles compared to this.
Would you say like you could see how people would look at like Danhausen and think,
oh, I'm not. I've been anti Danhausen at times.
Yeah, but like
I know. I think Orange Cassidy gets a bad rap because he's actually a very good wrestler, and the comedy stuff when he does stuff in the match, people don't sell those spots. It's actually used as his character where he's just trying to anger the people and piss them off when he's doing. Like no one takes a bump from his weak kicks; they get mad about it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, anyways,
where they did take a bump from Danhausen's curse thing.
Yeah, they do take a bump.
I won't deny Danhausen has a lot of fans and stuff, but it's a very poor wrestler. I like the video. I like his new video.
I mean, there's no redeeming qualities about him. I mean, like he has a lot of people like him.
I know a lot of people that aren't huge wrestling fans that love Danhausen. So I will say it's completely incorrect when people say he doesn't appeal to people like casual fans, because I actually think that's his biggest appeal is the casual fans.
Oh, I'd say, yeah. But like I could see like old time wrestling fans watching that and being like, what is this shit? But like, how do they not like watch the Ruffle segment and not say,
right, that's
shit?
my point.
Right. You know, it's beyond me.
Right.
Because you get people who just praise WWE no matter what. And it's like, are you guys actually watching these shows? I mean, it makes no sense to me because
this is a thing. See, this doesn't bother me, but Danhausen should be in the gym with all the time off like Randy Orton. Now, if Danhausen came back and he's all jacked, would that make him any better? No. I think his appeal is not that he's all jacked.
Mm-hmm. Get all jacked, Danhausen.
So there was what's this? I don't know why, but I would love to see Danhausen wrestle Toriano. I don't know who Toriano is in New Japan Pro Wrestling. There's times Danhausen makes me laugh. I do like the new videos of that. But he's definitely a guy should be used in very small doses. Someone said Shark Boy. I actually would compare him to Shark Boy, where he's just a character that can be fun and get people like laughing, but you can't really put in like actual matches. So he's a good comedy spot guy. I'm not against him, but I think there's a huge difference between him and Orange Cassidy, where Orange is actually a really good wrestler. Like you couldn't put Danhausen in those Moxley matches. That would not be good.
No.
So then we went to a match that it's a really strange one because I can't say it was bad, but it was such a contrast in styles. I don't think it really worked, but the crowd was so into it. So it wasn't, I can't say it didn't work. I guess the crowd was into it, but it was Gunther versus The Miz. I kind of like the story where Gunther's talking that Miz, isn't a wrestler. He's a showman, which is true. But it's very weird that the Miz is the baby face in this, and then Gunther is the heel. Like it works where it's the underdog versus the the Titan guy, but it's weird that the heel is saying that this guy's not a real wrestler, but I am, and then it's like, but we're supposed to cheer for the guy that's a sports entertainer. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Gunther, and I think it really showcased, because I actually like Miz, but it really showcased how weak his offense is, because Gunther's stuff is so hard hitting, looks very real. One of my favorite wrestlers to watch in the ring. It's a style that I really like. I don't see it a lot anymore. Even like I've grown to enjoy like modern wrestling, but I like a physical style. The guys really hitting each other, or at least looking like they are. And then Miz's stuff is so light and doesn't look like it's connecting, like his punches or anything. And I think the contrast there really just exemplified how weak his offense was. But the crowd was into it, so like it kind of saved it.
Yeah, I liked the match. I thought it kind of plays to what Gunther's character is that he's the old school wrestler who has a very physical style, and the Miz is kind of like the new school entertainment side. And I like how he looks down upon the Miz, and he says that he's not worthy to be in the ring with him. I enjoy the whole thing. I thought it was done really well. I liked it.
Yeah, I didn't see the build up.
I thought the promo was really good. I hadn't seen all but the last week's Raw, it had a promo where he was talking about the Miz and like how he was looking up to everybody in WWE, and then when he gets to WWE, all the guys that he looked up to just thinks he's a nerd and they bully him around. And he said, maybe I think you need some more bullying, and I'm good. And he just started pushing on him. I thought that was one of the best segment of Raw that it was on.
I'll be honest, because I'm the most honest man in wrestling. I said before where AEW needs some better storylines with some of the stuff, because you throw out these great matches, but if you don't have the build, they can still be fun to watch. But if you actually have the great build and then the great match, it means that more. So I'm guilty that I don't watch WWE TV, so I haven't seen the build. If I would have saw the build for the match, it might have worked better for me.
Yeah.
But just going in cold for me, the crowd was into it, so that was good.
Sean Green here in the chat room, he brings up Gunther actually said there was only one wrestler that made him bleed from a chop. That wrestler was Penta El Zero Miedo.
Oh, interesting. Baylor Dre. Can a Rumble number be bought with a super chat? All right, because we're going to the rule this year was going to be you have to zoom in, video in, send in a video that we could play on the show if you're not here live. But we will also take super chat, $5, and you can get a number. What do you think?
$5 super chat. Well, I was doing super chat. I didn't want to
$5 super chat. So anyone out there, you don't want to video in, or you can, or whatever, it's totally fine. We're not going to dox you. You can do that. $5 help pay for the website, and we'll give you a number. You know what? I think we should give Sean Green a number. We should give all our producers a number. What do you think? The 3 producers.
Certainly.
Sean, want to do that right now before we go the rest of the thing?
We can do it now. Yeah.
Or do you want to do it after?
I just hope we don't give out the best numbers first, and then it's like everybody will be like, "What the hell?"
Yeah. All right.
Make sure you mix that Macho Man head up good
for the end if you want.
We got to start drawing numbers eventually.
All right.
Let's do
it'll be spread out through the show. It'll be kind of fun, don't you think?
You never know who's going to win. You never know whose number is this.
The number could be good. It could be that. So Sean Green.
This is Sean Green's number.
He's still right here on camera, so we'll let him join. Then we'll pick his number live on the show. How's that?
Okay.
So we'll pick our other 2 producers, though. El Santos World.
Okay.
I put his number back in. I don't know why. I was like, maybe
you kind of sullied the whole thing. Now everybody's going to be wondering.
It was Sean Green's number, and I was like, no. If he's not getting it till he calls in, then I'm putting it back in and putting it back in the hat.
You could have sat it to the side, and
no way, no, because it's all timing. This is how gambling works. In El Santos World,
you sullied the Macho Man's head. 18
El Santos
World. There you go. 18. Kind of in the middle. Yeah.
Sounds good. And Brian Matthew Cluttars.
The worst young boy in the industry. Here comes. He's got 14.
14.
That's not a great number, but we love you, Matthew Clutter, even though you're the worst.
All right. Yeah, we're not taking
industry.
Zoom calls yet, Sean, but after we finish here. So a little bit, bear with us. But so then from there, 2 hot matches. The women's match really hot. That match was really hot, no matter even if I had some complaints about it.
We got us a super chat.
The next 2 matches I think really killed off the crowd. And there's only 5 matches on the show. And it was Dragon Lee and who was the other person?
Dragon Lee and Santos Escobar.
And I'm not really familiar with either one, but the crowd did not really care about this at all.
I'm going to say Santos Escobar. I liked him better as King Cuerno in Lucha Underground, which was a whole different company that might have a thing. I think he could work better as a heel. I think he needs that mask. I think he needs the mask. I liked his mask.
Now, if you're the booker, how do you bring that idea to someone? Like, you know what? I think we just need to cover your face up.
I don't know, but they need to get it done. I don't like him without his mask. I think he's lost a lot without his mask. And I mean, Rey Mysterio did it. How'd they do it for Rey Mysterio? He was wrestling without a mask.
Well, they took it off him.
Yeah, but then he put it back on when he came to WWE. So.
What's Tyler so mad about? I wouldn't call that garbage wrestling. I don't think it was garbage wrestling. I just don't think the crowd was really into it. I mean, it was like Lucha Libre.
Santos Escobar and Dragon Lee.
Yeah, it wasn't garbage wrestling.
I mean, it was a match. I wasn't.
Yeah, it was just no one was into it. I mean, that was all.
It was stupid that they billed it as Carlito, and he was out there cutting a promo on SmackDown saying, he hasn't had a match on a WWE pay-per-view in like 17 years or something like that.
Right.
Or it wasn't 17 years, but it's been a while. And and then they had an injury angle, and they took him out, and it's like there was no build towards this match.
Yeah, I don't think this match belonged on pay-per-view. This was a pre-show match or like a Smack, should have just been on Raw or something.
Yeah.
There's nothing special. It was just whatever. So I think that really took the crowd down. And then Rhea Ripley versus the dude, the woman looks like a guy. Like Zoey Starks.
Nice. I don't think Zoey Starks looks like a dude.
My mom even said it, and she don't know what I talked about on the show. But
no.
This was a real waste of Rhea Ripley.
Told your mom to say it.
All these women on the show, and they have this bum. So she fought a jobber, and like it went like long. Just it was real boring. A lot of wrestling.
I'm not in love with her, but I don't understand you have so much hate for her.
Boo! So we've got Baylor Dre's number here.
For the super chat. Thank you, sir. You are a gentleman and a scholar. You got 13. Jeez, we just gave out 14, and he's got 13.
I know.
Thank you.
So they're going to be Baylor Dre and Brian Matthew Clutter are going to be facing off in the Rumble here. Baylor Dre!
Tazo, he doesn't understand the Zoey Starks hate too.
Yeah, but I mean, look who you're talking. Is that who you want to take sides with? Tazo, the Greek?
He doesn't understand it either.
Yeah, but he thinks everyone worships Moloch and sacrifices babies. He's got a big Alex Jones tattoo.
He does?
Oh. Yeah.
What does it say? Does it have any of his catchphrases on it?
Like, you're making the damn frogs gay.
That would be a pretty sweet tattoo, though.
Lexar, he's all
I endorsed it.
It's
too early for the Rumble numbers.
Don't be a bitch.
It's not that early.
No.
It's in January.
Yeah.
It's not that far away. November went by like nothing. It felt
right. We only do
like it just started and it was over. But yeah, I mean, I thought Rhea Ripley did a good job with her character. I liked her outfit that she had on. It was crazy looking. I'm not sure what exactly she was going for in that one, but it was. I liked it. I thought she always pulls off a good performance. I think Zoey's new to pay-per-view matches, and maybe she didn't do her best, but I didn't think she was terrible or nothing. She was just kind of there. I don't hate her as much as you do. I mean, I'm not a huge fan or nothing. I just
Bruce Briscoe's Lexar ever donate? He is not, and he has never donated a dime. All he does is want money. I mean, want free stuff and money. He's always asking, trying to get money from me, get free stuff from me.
Oh yeah.
And then he gets pissed. He gets pissed if you don't just hand over all your wealth to the man. But he's a good guy. So the main event. The men's Royal Rumble, the men's War Games.
Mm-hmm. Now the whole pay-per-view they were building up towards, is Randy Orton going to show or not? And you kind of spoiled the whole pay-per-view for me. Because you said, I'm so excited to watch Raw now. I'm like, gee, what could have made this change?
Well, you know I'm a big Randy Orton mark.
So while I was watching
R-Truth was back.
I thought you were messing with me. I thought like maybe it was a thing like the Ronda Rousey thing from the week before, and I was like, well, maybe he's just messing with me again. But I'll watch the pay-per-view. But then they kept saying, is Randy going to show? Is he going to be here? And I'm like, maybe that person takes his place. And then the whole thing, and then Randy actually just shows up. Why did they do that whole thing? Is he going to show up or not?
It was like kind of the double swerve, I think, to get people thinking maybe. And then it was almost like, remember when Adam Cole debuted in AEW, then they immediately had Danielson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think
so
maybe
it's kind of like throw you off of the big surprise, and then another big surprise. They hit you with two big surprises.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought the match was
into my eyes, what do you see? The cult of personality. And then all these people, they believe all this bullshit. They're like, it's true, WWE just signed him earlier this day. Dave Meltzer wasn't wrong that they had no interest. They had no interest until like an hour ago. Then they called up Punk, hired him. They went and they made T-shirts and got them out there, in 10 minutes. They called up Living Color, and they're like, we got to get this song. They're like, hey, we just remastered this tune 2 days ago, just out of coincidence. Of course, WWE, here it is, because bands, they don't negotiate. They're just, bam, take our famous songs, use them however you want. So all this came together in 1 hour, and then no one knew, because Triple H said no one knew. So I assume Colt Steele or Ace Steele, he ran into the back, and he started biting the sound guy, and he had the Living Color cassette, and he stuck it in and played it. And the Titantron, they just had some guy in the back make it instantly. They've known he was coming there, and that's fine, but don't be a dumbass. They didn't know this in one day. Now, maybe it came together quick, because now Meltzer says Meltzer now completely changes his tune and says they signed him 10 days ago, which that makes sense, maybe 10 days ago, because they have to put all this stuff together. You can't just, he's here. But Dave Meltzer has been exposed a lot this year, I think. Not very credible anymore. And he was completely wrong, and he's already backpedaling on Twitter. He went out and said that they had no interest at all. Everyone said, nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Everyone reported that as fact. All over the internet, it was fact. And I kept saying every week on here, I would not believe any of this until it happens. You can go listen to all the shows, because someone might be, either someone was telling him that, which is probably what happened, or it was a hunch, or he made it up because it wasn't true. So he Probably just some guy in WWE told him that so we would report it. All the websites run with it. All the podcasts run with it. The whole internet runs with it. It's complete fact. Not even like he thinks they're not doing it. It's just a fact. They have no interest. That builds. Everyone just keeps saying he's not showing up, and that does add to the surprise. Then when he does show up.
Yeah. I mean, it did throw me off that they announced Randy Orton was going to be in the match. Maybe that's why they did that to begin with, because they announced it on SmackDown. Even Vic called in, and he was upset that they announced Randy Orton. So everybody was. I mean, they did keep it on the down low, but like you say, they had to make the shirts. They had to have the Titantron video ready. They had to get the song approved again. I mean,
yeah, and I mentioned on Facebook because they Living Color put out a remastered version, and I thought maybe that was probably, of all the clues, probably the biggest one to me, because it's like they just decide to remaster this 30-year-old song, like, and put it out 3 days before the Rumble.
In Living Color's only song, I think.
I'm a big fan of Living Color. But great song.
Do they have any other songs? I mean,
yeah.
They have that one that's like,
it's not in Living Color. Living Color. In Living Color.
Yeah, that's a TV show. But
Meltzer marks on Twitter are weird that way, and really defending the game.
Well, I'm just going to say this in defense for Dave. No company is going to be 100% transparent.
Then don't. That is what a reporter does. Then if he's given stuff and he doesn't think it's legit, you don't run with it and report it as fact.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, he does choose what he reports, but there is no company that's going to just lay everything out and say, hey, this is what's happening.
Then say, well, they're telling me this, but I don't know about it. Don't just be, there's no interest. I listen to Meltzer. And sometimes I'm those honest man podcasting. I will admit, not even just admit, I will defend him, where some people say he just says nothing about glowing reviews of AEW. That's absolutely not true, because people will pick and choose what they post to Meltzer. So if you just see highlights of the star ratings, which are just ridiculous, not even so much that I think the matches are bad, because I actually do like most of the matches, but it's ridiculous on a 5-star system that he gives matches 6 stars, and now he gave one 7 stars. Like, that's just asinine. But if you actually listen to him and don't just see highlights, he, especially lately, has really been. He was negative on a lot of stuff on the Full Gear, which I thought was really good. Very negative on a lot of stuff there on Tony Khan on the show. So people have a different view of what he actually says. But I listened to him, and he's been saying for months that they have no interest. He's not coming there.
Mm-hmm. So he made a poor decision in not believing that. In believing that they had no interest. So,
right.
But I'll say it was a surprise to me when you made the turnaround and wanted to watch Raw all of a sudden. So
I now up until Raw, which we'll get into, I've been a CM Punk fan for as long as I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorites. I think very few guys in the last 20 years shows as much emotion. I've always liked, up until his promo on Raw, that he's always been a guy, for good or bad, for better or for worse, has stood by his convictions. I like that. I like a guy's anti-establishment. I like all these aspects in him as a person. I even like his bullheadishness. I like all this stuff I can relate to. I like that. I like him as a performer. I think he's one of the best promo guys ever in the business, but especially in the last 10 years or whatever. So I like all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
To backtrack, I'm not going to go over all the AEW stuff that happened, but so he has the big blow up in AEW. They never capitalize on that to use that as a storyline on the show. So a lot of negativity, no positivity from that. So you could have
Well,
worked that out. Just listen to. Let me finish, and then you can go over it.
I was
You
just going
could
to
have worked that
explain
out
some
to
of
at
the.
least try to do something with that, but they never did. But the point why I bring that up is, so you have all that. AEW never uses it. WWE swoops in, takes him, and they actually take all of that interest that fans have had of what, of Punk fighting these guys. They take it. Now they have it. They actually took something that AEW could have capitalized on. Not only did AEW squander it, WWE has it. But
yeah,
I don't think it's going to pay off. It paid off.
Probably
It'll pay
not.
off short term a little bit because I watch Ron, and I assume Raw's going to get a huge rating. And even his comeback video is the most watched video in WWE history. So in the short term, that's going to work. But Raw's really the promo has really changed my opinion.
I just want to explain what transpired during the end of the pay-per-view was that he came out after the watermark logo, which normally lets everybody know the show's over, and then he came out, and then there was reactions from the wrestlers that we didn't see on actual WWE camera. You've seen it from fan cams that was in the audience.
This stuff,
Seth Rollins,
really smart.
Seth Rollins flipping him off because Seth Rollins has made comments in the past saying, Phil, stay away from WWE locker room. He's a cancer to the locker room. And Drew McIntyre looking upset, Rhea Ripley looking upset, just various fan cam videos. This was not shown on WWE television to kind of play into
great. Very smart.
In AEW.
Again, you're taking advantage of something that was real and built up in AEW and beyond AEW. To everyone talked about that. Everyone, even not AEW fans, AEW haters, people who don't even watch it. Everyone talked about that for the last year. The stuff between Punk and the Elite guys, and all of that. So you took all that is there. It has people are interested what's going to happen, and you're doing what AEW, in my opinion, should have done, and play into that, capitalize on that, use that as Punk's character, and they're doing that. They did that on the pay-per-view really well, I thought.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of people will never believe the matches are real. You can talk about that to the end of time, but no one's going to believe that. That's those days are over. No one's going to think these guys are really trying to beat each other in an actual competition and win the titles, whatever. But you can make people wonder. You make people believe these guys really hate each other. There's lots of people thought Seth Rollins, this was real. He's really, flipping him off and all this
stuff.
The
one thing that made me think it was real was Michael Cole holding him back, and it was like, if this was worked, they would have surely thought of somebody to hold him back than Michael Cole. It was like,
he's the shooter.
Freaking Seth Rollins. He's getting beat up by fans. They come out and rough him up and just run around the ring. And now he's getting held back by Michael freaking Cole, the commentator.
He's
the old-ass commentator. He's not even like Corey Graves.
And I watch it. He just barely has it. It's kind of like when you're in school and like you're gonna fight like your buddy and like hold me back, and they barely touch you.
It was just a very weak holding him back. But
right. So so I loved all that. This gets me excited, and to me, it doesn't matter if it's real or not. If it's like I know dragons aren't real, but you could get into Game of Thrones or whatever. I know Sylvester Stallone plays Rocky Balboa, but when I'm watching the movie, like you get into this.
That's Rocky Balboa.
Yeah. Godfather, all these things. Like I can get into a movie, a book, a story, whatever, and I know it's not real, so it doesn't matter to me. But I was excited. I'm a Punk fan, so I'm excited. So I'm gonna watch Raw. And now I'm going to see what I was longing to see in AEW to capitalize on the real life drama of all involved.
Yeah.
So I tuned into Raw. I'm actually excited. First time to watch Raw in 5 years. So like that fucking CM Punk, he's making me watch Raw again. To start watching it. And I'm like, this is as bad as I always remember. Like, this is why I don't watch a show. It's so boring. We had like this long tag team thingamajig, and the crowd's dead.
The first hour was a complete hour. They didn't take commercial breaks, which I hate because I want to fast forward through the commercial breaks and make the show shorter.
Right. Yeah. At this point, I put it on DVR, but I was planning on watching it live, and I understand I don't watch the show normally, so maybe I'm and the crowd is dead, and they I assume are WWE fans, and the crowd was hot Survivor Series for matches they were into, but they were also dead for the one match they weren't into, but they were just dead, and it wasn't. So I watch a few things that I just like, this is not entertaining at all to me. Then I saw the Seth Rollins promo, and I was excited that, oh, we're going to just see, serious Seth Rollins again, because I really hate the stupid-ass gimmick he does.
Oh, yeah, I hate the new thing that he's doing.
And he just came out just like that again. I was like, so he's still just the same guy? Like, I thought he's going to come out, like, serious, berating CM Punk.
He's going to do it, like, while he's, like, in his character, but whenever he starts talking about Punk, he'll stop and be, like, the real Seth Rollins for a little bit. Which I don't recall Macho Man ever doing that.
Yeah. See, this is a fallacy here. There's always next week. You only have one comeback. Yeah, there'll be other stuff. You only have one shot for the first appearance. This is his first appearance after not being on Raw, after not being on WWE TV for 10 years. And this is what they did. At best, I think people said it was lackluster. That's best. At worst, like me, I think it actually ruined the whole CM Punk character. But so that was not intriguing at all to me. And then so we finally get to the Punk thing. Finally get the Punk. Punk comes in, and he looks happy to be there. That's all cool by me.
You don't want to talk about R-Truth, like taking over the
I didn't see
the Judgment
I was
Day,
on and I saw
hangout?
a little because I'm not going to watch this 3 hours. I left it on and so I could hear when Punk came out.
It was a funny segment though. It was a great comedy that AEW could never even touch. Just impossible. AEW, they don't have the R-Truth. I do think he's funny. I mean,
yeah, I'm not going to hate on R-Truth. He's fine. I wouldn't watch a 3-hour show for R-Truth, but he's fine. I don't dislike him. He's good at what he does, and good for him. So we get the Punk thing, and just this was basically the first dance promo that he did in AEW, but a light version of it with much less impact, less emotion, because we've already seen his comeback, and he's been wrestling now for the last 2 years. So now he comes back, cuts the same promo he did 2 years ago. 2 years ago when he did it, it was much more emotional, much more impactful, because he hadn't been around for 7 years. But you can't do that exact same promo 2 years after you came back to wrestling. And to top it all off, I'm not a dumbass. I don't expect him to go out there and trash WWE. I'm fine. I'm good with mending fences, and I'm going to put Triple H over. Triple H did a much better job in the press conference in coming off like he didn't really like CM Punk, but he said for the betterment, it's what the fans wanted. And if something is what the fans want, puts personal opinions aside, and also we've changed and stuff like that, I thought all that was great. Not necessarily exciting, but it all made sense. Punk just immediately, after 10 years, how he left the company. The last 10 years, he's done nothing but trash the company. When he did the first dance promo in AEW, he talked about coming back to wrestling and talked about he hadn't been in wrestling since he left Ring of Honor, insinuating that WWE wasn't even wrestling. Yeah. Now, 2 years after that, 10 years after totally trashing the company, lawsuits, all this stuff, He says, I'm home. Come on, man. You can't just complete 180. And if this was anybody else, it'd be bad enough. But this is the antithesis of the CM Punk character, as a guy who stands by his convictions. And now he is become CM Cock, a name that Intra called me in the past, but I think now we got to call Punk that CM Cock, because he is cocking it up to the WWE, just like Cody Rhodes. But it's even, well, I'll say it's worse than Cody Rhodes in the fact that he actually created AEW. CM Punk doesn't have emotional investment in AEW, so him leaving AEW, you don't have necessary problem with, plus he's fired. But it is a cock move to go back to the company that you've trashed for 10 years and just be like, I'm home, I love everybody, they all love me, give me a break.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. I'll say this. Jon Moxley, during the promo where he came out, and it was right after the Hangman Page thing where he called Page to the ring and Page didn't show. And Jon Moxley said to him, you only came to AEW for the money. And I thought that was a strange line at the time, and I didn't necessarily
and I didn't believe it because he genuinely seemed happy. But now after seeing this, it's just like I tend to think Cody did just go to AEW to try to get back into WWE.
Mm-hmm. And CM Punk, I'm afraid he's in WWE because he needs money, and he's basically cucking it up for him, saying I'm home just because I think he needed some money.
Yeah, I'm home.
But I mean, he was being paid a lot in AEW, but I think he just couldn't tolerate it there.
I agree. He couldn't tolerate it there. I do think I said it was a bad mix of people and stuff. But and I was, before that promo, I was gonna say, because people are like, oh, give it 6 months or whatever. Even if that's all he lasted in WWE, I thought, well, who cares? Because really the money stuff is going to be in the first few months with him, because you're going to capitalize on all the stuff, all the real heat of him leaving AEW and all stuff there. You don't need him there for years, even though he signed, years contracts, multiple year contract. The real money is going to be like for the first 6 months, honestly. Then I don't even know if you really need him in WWE after that. But after this promo, I don't have interest to watch him again. I don't have interest in to keep watching WWE for him. This sucked. It sucked not only just as a follower of CM Punk, who's I've seen all his promos for the last 10 years on TV, off TV, completely. It just sucks. And I think it was not good even as TV. A guy comes back and he just says, I'm home. And because even some of the crowd even moaned and booed. There were some groans, because that's not what people want from the CM Punk character.
Yeah, for sure.
And Lexar is a liar. He says, I watch WWE every week because he's got passion. He wasn't even at Survivor Series. He went and watched cock and ball torture wrestling instead of being and watching the Survivor Series.
Yep. I don't see why Lexar is such a huge fan of
because
WWE.
He's a contrarian.
He strikes me as a person who would want to be like, in favor of a company that does do death matches every now and then, and uses the people that he likes from these other shows, I mean, and they're not even like trying to lock these people down to contracts where they can't return to like an XPW or the other, what's the other one? Global, GCW or
Wrestling, yeah.
Game Changer Wrestling. Yeah. I mean, they bring people in and use them, and then they let them even go back to where they were, I mean,
CM Punk said he's there to not there to make friends, there to make money. I actually thought that was probably the only good line in the whole promo, and it was kind of like off, after he dropped the mic.
Yeah,
and I only thought that was good because it actually, you could tell that was more about the AEW, not all friends wrestling, whatever. But sucked.
Well, I think he delivered everything well, and I think
I don't even think that. It was very phony.
Well, I think that's what I was about to say. I was going to say, but I just can't buy it after everything that he said. Like, now he believes he's home. I mean, and he was sued by WWE, by the WWE's doctors.
Yeah,
Because
I
he was
mean,
saying they couldn't identify a staph infection.
yeah, the last 10
Everything.
years, nothing but hatred of the company.
Uh-huh.
And towards him on the other side.
Yeah. And now he's home.
Like, there's a way that he could have come back. I don't expect him to go and say, I hate this place. I understand all that, but there's a big middle ground between, just go out there and I hate this company and this is my home. There's a big middle ground there, and the rest of it was just, like I said, the first dance promo only 2 years after he did it, and after we've already seen him wrestling for years.
Mm-hmm. So,
Lame.
so you won't be watching any more Raws. What if he shows up on SmackDown? It's a shorter show.
No.
What if he's on NXT?
CM Punk sucks.
So just that promo alone is totally turned you
Yeah, that
against him?
promo killed him for me. I got my CM Punk shirt, my CM Punk hat out. I was gonna wear it on the show, be trolling Incher. And then I see that, I was like, fuck this guy. Let me get this New Day Santa hat and the New Day
So it must be real emotions, because it takes a lot to make you not want to troll me.
I know. So CM Punk, that asshole, made me get excited to watch Raw. Then he ruined the moment, ruined himself, the character for me, and he also took away my enjoyment of trolling Incher tonight.
Dave Deadman, he said, I could have done without the I'm home as well. Maybe something along the lines of, uh-oh, look who's back. Something
Yeah, the
like
whole
that.
thing was trash.
But yeah, I mean, it is hard to believe that he feels like he's at home now. I mean,
no, it's a bunch of bullshit.
And why would he put himself through this? I mean, he's been with other wrestling companies before his, WWE career. He was with Ring of Honor and CZW and all kinds of other promotions on the independent scene. And it's like, now it's like, why does he feel the need that he has to work with WWE? And the only answer I have is the money.
Yeah, originally I thought he's probably come back to stick it to AEW and the Elite guys, which is, I think, still is probably part of it. But you wouldn't have to go out there and just be kissing ass to WWE to do that.
Uh-huh. I heard somebody say that he didn't respect anybody in AEW, and that's mainly why he had his issues there. Is there anybody in WWE that he respects? I mean,
he's never said anything
he's
good about
dogged,
any of these people.
He's dogged Triple H, I mean, to death.
Yeah, and him and Shawn Michaels supposedly hate each other. I don't think he's ever got.
Yeah.
The only guy I think was probably Heyman, and it's not like he really has any power.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do think you could do a great. I assume he's gonna fight Seth Rollins, but you could do down the road him and Reigns, because you have the history with Paul Heyman there. Of course, the issue is the guy comes back after 10 years and you immediately put him in with Reigns. I'm sure people won't be happy about that, but I think that would make for good TV. Just talking subjectively, great promos with Paul Heyman, CM Punk, Reigns. So you could do that. There's a lot of stuff you could do with him, but was not a fan of that promo at all. I agree. Promo's trash.
Mm-hmm.
I was pissed. I sat through 3 hours of shit for a 5-minute cut promo. Agreed.
It was a very short promo just to throw in on the end. And it was like,
yeah, it was, and
they made you wait the whole show.
There was no venom at all in it.
Yeah. So,
and I already saw his love fest when he came back to wrestling in AEW, and I like that, but you can't just, I'm going to do it again, the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Then that what's that guy's name? Barry Batty or something that used to be on with Conan. Something Batty. This guy's like the least credible reporter I think that lives. He always says all the stupid shit that always sounds made up. They kicked him off off Conan's podcast for it, and now what is it? It's not Barry something Body.
Oh, that guy. What's
from
his
the
name?
Dirty Sheets or something.
Yeah, I some of his information that I heard on Conan's show was just, I would hear it and say, this is like totally like incorrect.
Yeah, I give Meltzer stuff, but like this stuff is beyond. And then his report on this, I was like, he said that it took AEW by shock because they expect a lot of people in AEW expected Punk to be back by the end of the year, and I was like, where do you get this stupid ass information? No one expected CM Punk to be back in AEW by the end of the year. What, in 1 month? After the way that he left, like, come on. Probably couldn't even bring him back if they wanted to. Orton looked great on his return. I thought Orton looked great on Survivor Series. I saw that match too. I thought that was pretty boring. He had this really long match versus Dirty Dom. Because it's like, I actually really like Dirty Dominic, but this is Orton's first match back. It's like, gee, I wonder who's going to win. So, you can't do like this, like 20 minutes. It wasn't 20 minutes, but you still can't do like this really long match. It's like, you should just come out and kill someone and give him the RKO and make everybody happy. I don't agree with this, what Gogo saying about if he hated WWE, wouldn't have done that backstage show. I don't know. I don't agree with that because he's actually working for Fox, and I think part of it's I think that's almost like trolling WWE at that point. When you're like, when you're, to me that is trolling WWE. It's like, I'm getting paid by Fox to be here and talk about the thing. But that promo was just the worst. And like I said, on the first dance in AEW and Rampage, said I came back to wrestling. I haven't been wrestling in whatever years it was, insinuating when he left Ring of Honor was the last time he left wrestling, and all his WWE run wasn't even a wrestling show. Just the shits. The shits. I was looking forward to it, but it was the shits. I don't know what happened to Incher. He didn't say anything. He just left. I don't know. Let's see here.
Sorry. She
Right.
gets fussy with me at times.
Oh, okay.
Her personality's really changed ever since she had a broken leg and she's had a cast on for several months, and now has it off. And I think she growls at me because she wants to go outside. And plus, we got a new cat, and she gets fussy with me. I don't know why, but
all right.
Yeah, the cat started abusing Incher. I did have to get rid of her because it was hard to do the show. But anyhow, so Monday Night Raw is out for Jack. It's Steven, your job is secure here In Your Head as the Raw reporter. Jack is not going to be watching it. I'll catch Raw. It's hard for me to get through. I try to watch all 3 hours, but man, it's rough sometimes. It really is. But
so I want to show you folks, when you win the Royal Rumble contest, what you will be winning, Incher.
Ooh.
Now, don't forget, when you win, you have to contact me and send me a picture or something, because we've had winners that never contact me afterwards. And whatever, that's fine. I'm just not going to make you your prize. So you will get a hand-drawn, handmade, hand-created by me. Give me 1 second. It's pulling up. Apparently, a new thing here on StreamYard, we can actually do video backgrounds. I think that might be annoying, though, if we had like our backgrounds completely moving the whole time.
I guess you could move us to the sides, though, so we could like watch a video, I guess. But
I know, just like we have like explosions in the back the whole show.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Like,
so look at this. You will get your very own 8-bit figure created for you by me. So you send me some pics that you would like to look like. So we got here last year. Actually, Steven Simmons won 2 years in a row, unheard of. So the first year he got the first 8-bit. And so he was cool enough to then give his prize for the 2023 Rumble to Jonathan Jackson. So I made this for Jackson. And boom. So he's in the ring there. He's got his mask on. He's got his tie-dye shirt, and he's holding the pizza cutter up in the air. And all of us are chanting for him, Jonathan, Jonathan. So boom. And then after you get created like that, you will go indefinitely into the crowd in the back, because these fans in the back continue to grow every time I make one. And if you don't win and you'd still like one, you won't get the Rumble stuff, but you'll get it in your head one. You can donate to the website $25. Well, really, you just buy one for $25. That's what I charge on to make 8 bits for folks.
Heck yeah!
Normally just 25 for Sprite, but I'll do something for you.
Pretty nice of Steven Simmons and to give away his last winning one, but we'll have to see if he wins 3 in a row. 3 in a row.
Raider Dre, if you want me to actually just put it on a tee, I can do that. Jonathan Jackson, who's the handsome guy. I asked Jackson earlier, and so we're gonna actually have limited edition Jonathan Jackson 8-bit tees. I'm gonna swap out the Rumble for in your head logo, but there'll be a limited edition T-shirt you can have of Jonathan Jackson 8-bit. Be pretty rocking.
Ooh. I saw Big E at he was at like I think it was like Nebraska, Michigan State game or something like that. They showed him in the audience. And he was just sitting there watching the football game.
Oh, nice.
And, and then I seen his buddies, the New Day, they're in that tag team gauntlet on Raw, weren't they? So hopefully Big E's on the road to recovery. I don't know.
Yeah, even if he can't come back as a wrestler, it would be nice if he had good quality of life.
He is a good personality. Maybe he could.
I'm a huge fan. One of my
come out and do some
be
promos.
A good commentator, honestly.
Mm-hmm. He probably would have a pretty good commentator career if he decided to do it. I think he would be pretty good. I mean, he would have to kind of not be goofy a lot. I mean, he would have to clean that up some.
Yeah, I mean, it's
he could be a little goofy.
Yeah, just not go Taz level.
Just don't be going bags.
Yeah,
just constantly try to put over some angles that are being run on the program. I mean, but yeah. But maybe he's focused on coming back to the ring, but I just hope he's healthy enough to do so. He was probably at the Iowa game. He played football there. It might have been, I can't remember who it was. It was like Iowa or somebody like that. He was sitting in the crowd. There he is, Toronto Stevie.
Brother.
The tribal chief of In Your Head. He's got the CM Punk wristbands
cucking it up.
Is he hurt? He's making an X.
Yeah, we're gonna send in the paramedics. Sean Green.
There he is, Sean Green,
the Green Machine.
Mm-hmm.
John ready to rumble.
How's it going?
How's
it going good, Sean?
I'm trying to pass the kidney stone.
Right now on the show.
Well, let's hope.
Can we sell it? Can you donate it to us and we'll sell it to somebody?
Prize.
Yeah, the World Rumble Prize. John Reddy's kidney stone.
Yeah, there's mine are. I think the ones I get are really small, so you wouldn't be able to.
No, well, that's good.
Oh.
I don't think you want a really big kidney stone.
Even the small ones, they suck really bad though.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what
sure
I
they do.
hear.
So my
It
son
doesn't.
acting weirder than normal. You don't know why.
Okay, I think Lexar was having some issues with that too. He had some kidney stones that he's
Yeah.
trying to pass, and he was trying to get out on being on the show. But John Reddy, he's like, I'm right there.
Well, I wouldn't wish it on anyone, not even Lexar.
Mm-hmm.
Any I actually have the prize wheel over here. It's funny he says lube up the wheel and spin it. It actually does need like some WD-40 or something. It doesn't spin very well, so I think I need to actually spray with like some or get some oil or something. You know what I mean?
You can get Jackie Jones. I have a tube of it right here. This is good stuff.
Is this what you use for your lube at home?
This is it's non-conductive, but I bought this at Radio Shack. It's like super
Radio
lube.
Shack. They still exist.
This is an old bottle, but I have another one. I thought this one was it, but it ain't. But you can buy it on Amazon. It's like super lube, and they claim it never dries. It just keeps going and going and going.
Well, Lexar asked me earlier if I'm not a Punk fan anymore. I will answer it this way, because Gogo says, I wonder if Punk will turn down blood money in a few months when WWE are in Saudi Arabia. Punk gave Miz a lot of shit for going to Saudi Arabia, told him to suck a blood money penis. If Punk does go to Saudi Arabia, I will definitely never be a fan of his again, because he'd be a complete hypocrite. So.
Well, they make people cuck for Saudi Arabia because they had John Cena
there. They supposedly tell you don't have to. They don't make people; they pay people to it. If you're willing to take the money to cuck to Saudi Arabia, I'll not be a fan.
Well, John Cena was against it too, wasn't he? And
he didn't go out and say, you're sucking the blood money penis. You can't tell someone they're sucking the blood money penis and then go and do it yourself.
So you admit that it was all premeditated, him going to WWE, right?
What?
You were saying earlier how you felt it was planned that he was going to be in WWE. So do you think that I was right when I said it was a move when he was behind the scenes at WWE?
No,
apologizing to the Miz and Triple
I don't
H.
think that far back. No, I meant
I think
people say they hired him like that day, and no, I think it's.
I don't think they hired him that day. I think he was just making a move to like smooth things over.
No, I do think there's part of him that does want to be a different person, and I understand that. So is that something I get older? But to say like this is your home and stuff is. I have no problem with people mending fences, and if you've had animosity or grudges against people and trying to mend those, I think that's commendable.
Do you think he just wanted to ask the Miz how the blood money peen tastes?
Maybe we'll find out in a couple months, I guess. So what's on your mind, Mr. Green? Sean, I don't think we can quite hear you.
Well, I'm lucky enough to actually be on here for once.
Time,
it's good to have you.
You want your number?
Thank you, with as much as I've been posting on.
No, we appreciate that.
Yes, please.
I think people have to think of Sean Green and the head he's coming up, because one of the categories is the Facebook group. I forget the actual name, but Sean Green, I think, is someone that could be up for that.
Oh yeah.
Here's your number, Sean.
He's got your number right in his hand there, Sean. What could it be? Oh my goodness. Oh, other way, Jack. Other way. There you go. 28. That's a great number.
That's a good number, Sean.
28.
That's the best number I've had yet.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good one.
I remember 2 or 3 years in a row, Vic Schiavone, whatever. He had Eric Rowan in the Rumble every time.
Hell yeah.
You definitely don't want to be drawing Eric Rowan. Especially this year. I don't even think he's in the company.
No. Well, watch him just come back for the Rumble.
He just comes back.
Yeah,
Bruce has joined us.
I love Dave Deadman, but it goes way beyond a mad promo. It's not even just that's a lackluster promo. The idea that he's done a 180 and is kissing the WWE's ass, fuck that. I think it ruined the whole CM Punk character. Steven Simmons looking good here. He's trying to win 3 years in a row.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'd like to say that the Custer Stand hating two-time Royal Rumble contest winning and the OG YouTube Headyverse Hall of Famer has arrived, and I want my number.
I don't see how
he is immortalized as one of the 8-bit emojis here in church.
Like, I could see just saying you like something better, but hating Custer Stand? All right. I'll leave it like it. 20, Mr. Simmons, 20. That's pretty decent, I guess. I think Sean Green's got you beat on his number, 28 he had, but 20's nothing to.
So I think if it's 20 and out comes, you probably have a good shot.
No, what does that mean?
He won it for me last week. He won it for me last year.
I think the odds-on favorites, are probably Punk. Oh, God. Look at fucking Stevie's cucking it up. If Stevie thought that one was great, I don't know if I could take his opinion seriously every year.
The same day you got the background is the same day CM Punk came to WWE. Wow. It goes together. Nice.
John Reddy, Mr. Luddite. First of all, Sean, who do you predict to win the Rumble? Sean
snuck that one in on him. He didn't realize you're going to ask him that. He's thinking who could possibly win the Royal Rumble.
Did you say Sean or Drew?
Well, I was going to go with everyone we picked so far. So, Sean, do you have a pick? What? I think we're losing Sean.
Honestly,
I think Sean's
might be Cody.
Oh, there you
go. Cody. I think that's a good.
It's a good choice, but God, I hope that don't happen. Not because you're picking him, Sean.
Right. Can you hear me?
I just hate Cody.
Steven, how about yourself?
Considering the suck job he gave WWF last night, I think he earned his night one WrestleMania main event. I think it's going to be Punk.
I could definitely see that too. Mr. Reddy, who do you think's winning the Rumble?
Either one of those two, probably.
One of those two, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He thinks either Cody or Punk.
Rumble number 17 for John Reddy.
Damn.
Middle of the pack there.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
You're
the meat of the Royal Rumble sandwich.
Always.
Yeah.
Bruce, who do you think's winning the Rumble?
Okay, I thought about it for 2 minutes now, and I think Braun Breaker.
Braun Breaker, that's a good point. Sure.
He's gonna cut his hair, grow a beard, bleach it, and dye it like Scott, and come out with like the head thing and transform his character.
Scott Breaker.
And win the Rumble.
I think I predicted Breaker coming in and win the Rumble a couple years now. It seems like he's been in NXT forever.
He's going to break out this year.
And they move these completely worthless people up. 25. That's a decent.
Yeah.
Number. There you go.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Like
Triple
these guys.
H like.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say they asked Triple H about Oh, we lost Goosey. Triple H was asked about Jade Cargill, and like he was basically just said she's just. He was trying to be political about it, but basically just saying she's not any good. But
I don't agree with his assessment.
I don't either. I thought that
she's a wrestler, and that's what he does for a living and all. But I think I'm a man who knows a thing about a few things. And I watched Jade Cargill, and I thought she was pretty damn good in the ring.
I like when
I don't think you need to be. Not everyone needs to be like the greatest, and I think especially in WWE.
Prime example, we like Goldberg matches to a degree. When he does what he does it well.
Yeah, back
when
in
he
the
has
day,
the explosive match. I mean, I know some of his last ones were stinkers, but
oh yeah, but he's just too old now.
Yeah, but I think that Jade's better than like Goldberg. I think she would be trainable. I don't think she's like terrible, but
he said that he just needs more training.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what he was saying though. He was in a nice way, and I don't.
Who
I don't
did
think
Bruce pick to win the Rumble?
Braun Breaker.
Oh, that's right. I was just writing these down here.
I like when Jade Cargill, she painted herself like She-Hulk, right?
She did the She-Hulk. She did one of the Thundercats ladies.
That was cool.
I thought that was
cool. I want to check that out. That's cool that she does that.
I don't know if they'll let her do that in WWE. That's like personality, and they don't like personality.
Well, I mean, Ray's dressed up as different characters in the past.
Yeah, I know.
That'd be cool.
I'm just being I'm being an AEW mark. That's what I'm being.
Flexi Lexi, sexy Lexi. What's going on, Smexy? Who do you want to win the Rumbles? You going for Hoodfoot? What the hell?
Nothing scared him off.
Yeah. Who do you want to win the Rumble?
It comes down to two people. Either it's CM Punk or Cody Rhodes. Because we all know that CM Punk wants to be in that WrestleMania main event.
Who wouldn't want to be in it? But who are you going to pick? You got to pick one, not the two favorites.
Maybe CM Punk, just to like make him happy.
Incher, who do you think? I don't think they're going to go with Punk right away. I think Cody's winning it. I think Cody's winning it. What?
Oh, well, he's not Eli Drake anymore, but I'm going to go with LA Knight. I'm going to break away from the bunch here. I'm saying LA Knight.
Mighty Lexar. 16.
Your number is not legal, Lexar.
Whoa! Intra knows all. Intra studies that state by state.
well, I learned it from a magazine, and its title
was someone better call it Gazo.
No, its title was Finally 18. So I was like, why do they call it Finally 18?
Really? You didn't know that?
Is that like?
Yeah, I knew it. I'm just being an asshole.
Is that like the dollar store version of Barely 18?
Yeah, Barely Legal. Yeah.
Barely legal.
Yeah, a few years ago, I told the story, but I was at one of the convenience stores. I stopped and buy like a scratch ticket, and so I was waiting there for the guy to come because no one was there, and I just happened to look over the counter, and they actually had dirty magazines, and I was like, people still buy dirty magazines, so I'm just kind of looking at them, and they were in alphabetical order, and the top was all Bush. So it was a magazine about Harry Hoo-Hazincher. And then right next to it was Barely Legal. And I thought, wow, they still make Barely Legal. And then I hear, when I'm looking over the corner like this, then I hear the guy, "Can I help you?" And I was like, oh. I felt like the total pervert. And I was like, "Can I have a $2 scratch ticket?"
I was once trying to renew my subscription to the National Geographic, and I dialed the number they gave you on the internet. And it said, "Hooray, I'm finally 18."
They're trying to sell him, "Hooray, finally 18."
So introduce subscribe
it's
to
like
it,
National Geographic or this magazine. That's
National Geographic was Barely Legal.
Yeah. Jeez.
I hear that. Like,
go on, Lexar.
From back in the day, National Geographic used to show naked women.
Yeah.
From Nigeria.
Mm-hmm. That's why you like those foreign strippers, because you're getting back to your roots of reading the National Geographics and jerking off.
How crazy!
Back in the day.
How crazy would it be if you went on like a safari to Nigeria and then you looked like over the bushes and you see Lexar doing the Lexar to one of the natives?
He's just humping her. Yeah.
You're like, what
Get
Lexar
away!
came here for?
That's a panther, Lexar. Not a woman.
That's Intra's job. That's Intra's gimmick.
What? Are you saying I'm the Tiger King? Is that what you're saying?
Goosey, who do you want to win the Rumble? Who do you think's going to win the Rumble?
I want to see Randy Orton win it.
Randy Orton.
We'll get the main event again. But probably going to be Cody, but my heart is...
Well, we'll put down RKO.
Yeah. I would like to see LA Knight or Randy Orton. Probably going to be
19. Wow, you saw me mix these up. We're picking all the numbers in the middle, but
Ray, I'll probably get like Pete Gas or something.
That'd be pretty sweet. I would I would pop if Pete. I should make an 8-bit Pete Gas. You think Pete Gas would come after me if I was selling an 8-bit Pete Gas T-shirt?
You don't want the Mean Street Posse coming after you.
I'm friends with them on Facebook. So
you might think you're friends, but you start making money off their name, and they're coming for your ass.
Give them 2 bits and he won't fight you for it.
So this was probably 10 years ago or more. My brother and I were at Mohegan Sun Casino after it was either Survivor Series, either SmackDown or Raw, and I was like, Troy, that's Pete Gas, and he's like, who? Like, I should go up and get a picture with him. And he's like, why? I'm like, it's Pete Gas. And he's like, okay. So I did end up getting a picture with him, but I thought it was pretty. My brother was not impressed that it was Pete Gas. Pete Gas, Balls Mahoney. I got a picture with him there too. And but I remember I would always see Harvey Whippleman. Exactly. I would always see Harvey Whippleman, and he'd just be honestly, I'm not making this. He'd always be walking around getting coffees, and I assume like they just had him as like their boy to like go get stuff. Yeah. And I would always say, "Hey, it's Harvey Whippleman," and he'd get a huge smile on his face because I don't think people recognized him at all.
That's sad.
Maybe he was like, oh, maybe you just thought, oh, how nice, a fan. And you're just like, he's just happy somebody recognizes him.
Yeah, he's like, that's great. That makes my day. That's how he talks, right?
I was happy. Yeah. Unlike rest in peace, the Fink. But when I saw the Fink, he's playing slot machine, and I walked up to the Fink. He's like, no autographs. And I was like, oh, I wasn't going to ask for him. And Arn Anderson was the biggest asshole ever. But when I met him years later, after he left WWE, really nice guy. And everyone I knew told me who knew him, it was at a convention, and they said was a completely different person after leaving WWE. Mm-hmm. Now he's probably going to go back and be a miserable old man again.
Yeah, AEW is what he needed in his life to make him happy.
When I ran into Ken Anderson,
Mr. Anderson!
I didn't really say anything to him other than, hey, how's it going? And he said, don't make me beat your ass.
Who was the intro you offered a wet one to?
Yeah.
Oh, Davey Richards. He was on the shuttle bus to the airport.
You offered to suck him off?
No. The little hand wipe things. Basically. He spilled coffee on himself.
Yeah.
Do you have to ask me questions like that when Goosey's on? I mean, he always jumps to conclusions.
Do we even have to ask who Steven's rooting for in the Rumble? I think we know. What's that?
What you do is you say, do you want a wet one? And when they shock you, oh, I meant the highway.
Exactly. That's Intra's defense. He's like, oh, I meant this.
If I really wanted that, I probably just should have offered him money. And
yeah, he probably would have been that down. You've seen his videos.
Exactly.
I'd show them here on the show, but we get kicked off YouTube. Did I ever? I told Intra, I think. Did I ever talk about on here where I could do nudity training for YouTube?
Yeah,
I think you mentioned that last week.
Yeah.
No, it was a while ago. It happened.
But you told us about the lady breastfeeding and
oh yeah. Oh, see, yeah, because it was connected
the dude,
to that,
what the dude looked like, and
right.
all that.
That was the updated one. That was the new thing. But a few months ago, I got a permanent warning on the Without Your Head YouTube for nudity. I had to take a nudity training class. But now, if I'm pornography free up until January, they're actually going to remove the permanent warning.
Okay. So, would you rather do the nudity training class again, or watch an episode of Monday Night Raw? Which one would you?
Well, the training was only 7 questions, so it didn't take 8 years.
Didn't make you want to kill yourself?
I'd take that again. This is a legit question that was on the training course. I took a picture of it. I'll read it here. Let me grab it.
You might violate something by taking pictures of their questions.
Well, I saved it from personal reasons.
But it might be a violation to let everybody know. It may be in all the small print.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to help you.
Are you going to call the cops on me?
That's who I got my phone in hand right for now.
I can't even find it.
Internet cops.
Well, I can't even find it anyway.
Jack is a sexual predator.
The question was, well, I mean, I'm not the one who talks openly for years about rubbing my genitals on people. But the actual question was, it was, I'll get the gist of it. It was, well, I'll find the actual question. But while I get it,
it's buried on the computer somewhere.
Stevie, let us know who you want to win the Rumble.
So I think Cody's going to go back-to-back 2 years in a row, and I think he's going to throw CM Punk over the top and win the Royal Rumble, and he's going to choose Roman. He's going to choose Roman, finish the story, and win the title. Night 2 of WrestleMania.
Did you give Toronto Stevie a number?
I have picked it, but I did not open it yet.
Oh, you got 22. 22 Toronto Stevie.
22.
Good job. So Cody Rhodes is going to eliminate CM Punk.
Yes. Yeah.
But you think as he's being eliminated, he's going to be screaming, "I'm home."
This is the actual question. Ray uploads a video with the title, "The hottest girls are the ones that will let me taste their pee."
Oh, God.
Ray's into some kinky stuff. Say Rey Mysterio, is it?
In the video, a person urinates in the snow. Then another person scoops up the snow, tastes it, and says, "Gosh, this is so sexy."
Well, there's no nudity.
Does this violate the policy because content that shows bodily fluids for the purpose of sexual gratification isn't allowed on YouTube?
There you go.
B, that this doesn't violate the policy because the people in the video are trying to be funny. C, this violates the policy because YouTube doesn't allow content where people urinate. Or D, this doesn't violate the policy because bodily fluids are never sexually gratifying.
So what's the answer?
I was incorrect. I had picked, because you could pick as many as you want. I picked A and C. C is not right, Bruce, because you supposedly, I will not put this to the test because I bet if you did it, you would be violating.
Piss.
You can urinate. You can urinate on YouTube if it's for educational purposes or art. So if I'm pissing over a canvas, or I'm pissing, showing people how to pee, it's totally fine. But the whole reason I had to take this is because I was showing a movie trailer that happened to show a nipple, and they didn't say that. They said that's not art. A movie trailer is not art. So I don't know what kind of art you're going to do where you're just pissing. So I would not put that to the test. But according to YouTube, you're allowed to piss on video if it's art or education.
It reminds me of that peen thing. It reminds me of Rob Black's old porn videos that it was depicted in that Dark Side of the Ring documentary.
What? They were drinking pee? No,
and Rob Black's old porn videos from back in the day, they were like peeing.
Rob Black.
A guy was peeing on a girl. I don't know how he's like
shower.
Yeah.
But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the wrestling. We're not here to talk about Lexar's bookmarks.
I don't have any bookmarks.
No books.
I bookmarked a countdown of strippers like falling off a pole. Pole.
Hell yeah! I bet their ass hurt really bad.
Yeah, it's like these wannabe strippers,
or their head.
These or are strippers, and they have strippers in their own. They have their own stripper pole in their own living room, and they twirl it, and the pole falls down, and so does the stripper. They land on their face, on their backs, on their butt. They fall down.
Yeah, those things are crazy.
Anything. Yeah, so I bookmarked that on Facebook. So
you enjoy seeing them hurt?
No, I thought it was just entertaining.
Just like the blooper reel of stripping.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
Like the guy forgot to catch the ball, but then it's the stripper one.
Why does the show get so blue whenever we bring on all this?
I try to keep it family friendly.
I know.
I have props.
You've even had training to keep you family friendly.
Exactly.
Oh, blue. Yeah.
Oh, did you pee on that bread?
It is yellow.
Because
I don't know. We could no,
Ray,
it's good.
Yeah, Ray told me
good.
the hottest.
No pee.
Let me taste it.
No pee.
All right. So, anything else? We'll go around the horn and then we'll get to the Raw report. So, Bruce, what's on your mind in the world of wrestling?
Not much. I watched Legends House.
Over topical.
Oh yeah. Well.
Very up to date.
I'm trying to get my
Legends House.
Spoiler alert: Pat Patterson's gay.
I watched Hillbilly Jim get shaved or waxed. That's what I wanted to say about that.
Okay,
it was awesome.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And
did he just stand there and tell you about opportunity and
no, he was yelling. Jimmy Hart was there, just like being like, "Hey, you missed a spot! Ah, like get him good." He was standing over him.
Right over there, baby. Yeah,
it was great.
If we were to whack anyone in the Headyverse, Bruce, live on the show, who should we do it to? Who should we wax? I think Intra's kind of smooth like a little baby, so I don't think you'd get much hair off him.
Yeah.
Tazo? He's Greek, so he's probably pretty hairy.
Yep.
I'm pretty hairy. But we saw Tazo in the shower. He actually didn't look like he had any body hair, did he?
Jeez, the things that happened while I was away.
Yeah, he took a live shower on the show.
I never want to see that again.
Yeah. One day I'll make a video about that. You should wax all the hair off the top of Lexar's head.
I just need a haircut.
Yeah.
What's on your mind, Mr. Green?
Would you let us live stream it if Brutus the Barber Beefcake came in your room and gave you a haircut?
Sure.
Awesome. Yeah. That'd be cool.
Could he do it with hedge clippers?
Those giant scissors? Probably. If it gets more likes.
He probably should take house calls, like get a Brutus the Barber Beefcake haircut, and he just comes in and just jacks your stuff
That
up.
would actually be pretty good idea, actually, at
like
at a convention. Like you could get a haircut by Brutus Beefcake.
Hey, yeah, we should hang on to that idea for the HeadyCon.
Yeah. You can get then people can videotape it, and you can keep it.
He just shaves a bunch of spots in your head and just sends you on your way. He's like, there you go.
I think it'd be pretty awesome. That reminds me. So a few years ago,
we would have to have a disclaimer though, like Brutus the Barber is not a real barber. Do not expect a good haircut.
Exactly. Annabelle and I were part of they called it a think tank for this. It was going to be Bizarre AC3, I think it was. We went to the first two, and then the third one never happened. But it was going to be they were going to rent out a whole hotel in Atlantic City, and the idea was like there's going to be people in different rooms, and like they're going to do different stuff. And so they were really going to ask all these people stuff. Like they wanted he just passed away recently, but he was the bartender in The Shining, and they were going to have him like actually be the bartender. And I'm thinking like, this guy's like 85 years old or something. Is he going to want to stand there all weekend making drinks? Just because he played a bartender in The Shining doesn't mean he knows how to make drinks. And like they wanted Danny Trejo to carve pumpkins with a machete. And I'm like, can he do that? Does he know how to actually do this stuff? And it was all this like crazy stuff. Like, yeah, this sounds funny, but do these people actually want to do any of this?
Mm-hmm.
But Beefcake would definitely want to cut hair, I think.
I'm pretty sure Beefcake would want to cut some hair.
Exactly. That's it. What else can we do? We could get TL Hopper to clean the toilets.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a good photo op. TL Hopper cleans your toilet after you take a dump.
We could have Ted DiBiase steal our money.
Steals from a charity.
He'd have to bring his son.
Steal from a charity of your choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're not booking Rock and Roll Buck Zuba if he gets out.
No, that would not be good.
No.
Nor Boogie Woogie Man Jimmy Williams.
Hell yeah. Who else? What's a good like gimmick where it was like an actual job though? Yeah, it used to be everyone's gimmick back in the day.
Bob Holly could do the parking.
Hell yeah,
would people like to be electrocuted by the Mountie? We'll be down with that.
Yeah, get the shock stick by the Mountie.
Mm-hmm.
Duke the Dumpster Rousey.
Get your taxes done by Erwin R. Shyster.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know if you want to do that.
That'd be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Duke Rousey could take the trash out.
Oh, how about that Men at Work tag team from WCW?
That one was Chris Canyon, so he passed away. But that would be good. They just go and measure the building. What other one? Everyone used to just have a gimmick where it's just like someone's job.
Your car repossessed by the Repo Man.
There you go. Yeah, Repo Man. That's a good one.
Oh man.
Play golf with Hole-in-One Barry Darsow.
And Kerwin R. White.
Oh my.
Here you go. Here's a good one. I'd let Brett Baker play with my mouth. La, 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 la.
Who's Brett
Baker?
Britt Baker. He said it
Brett
right.
Baker's her brother. He's not a dentist.
Stand of success.
Well, I mean, she has a practice. If you want to go find her practice, you can go have her play with your mouth.
True. Yeah. You think if you because Kane's done conventions, do you think if you paid him and like he thinks he's gonna be there as Kane, you're like, no, we want you to dress up as Isaac Yankem? Do you think you'd do it?
I don't know. He probably would. What if you made him do the Christmas tree gimmick?
Well, then he hung up on someone who asked about that one on some radio.
Well, now that he's Mr. Political, he'll be okay.
What's on your mind, Simmons? Steven Simmons!
Well, here for about the last 3 months, I gave up on AEW after the whole Punk firing. So then after Jack and Flea's wonderful review of Full Gear, I was like, told my wife, I said, we need to pick it back up. So I started watching again. Then Punk came back at Survivor Series. It's like, oh God, now I need to watch WWE again. And thankfully, after last night, I do not have to do that now. I will watch highlights.
Exactly. Yeah, it was it was a real roller coaster those last couple of those days. I was like holy shit, I'm all excited. I gotta watch Raw now. But then I'm like, fuck, I gotta watch Raw. But maybe it'll be great. Maybe it's a whole new. So I watch and like, this is the same stuff I remember. It's just not. It's just bad. And then we get to, and then I was happy. I was very upset by the Punk promo. I thought it was so rotten. But part of me is also happy because I'm like, well, I don't have to watch this. I don't have to keep watching this anymore. You got to look on the bright side of things. It's like, at the end of the life of Brian when they're all crucified. It's like, you got to look on the bright side of life.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Lexar, what's on your mind?
Well, your boy QT Marshall's leaving
QT Marshall!
That's what we started the show out on because we knew that was the news everybody wanted to hear.
Mm-hmm. Your boy QT Marshall.
Yeah, he should be a big-time star.
I think he's a bit delusional if he thinks he's going to go to WWE and be like a huge star. Like,
you know what? Look, people are saying Cody, Punk. We've got RKO. We got LA Knight, Braun. What if the big shock at the Royal Rumble? 28. Out comes QT Marshall, and he wins it. QT Marshall versus Roman Reigns at WrestleMania.
I'll retire from podcasting if that happens.
He's going to go join TNA.
There you
I'll
go.
Just make videos where
you know what? In all honesty, no joke, he wouldn't even be a top star in TNA. He'd be there and be like, yeah, we can use you, I guess.
Yeah, he could make it Ring of Honor.
I'm sure he's a fun guy to hang out with, but
I'm not anti-QT Marshall, but he's not going to be a top star anywhere. Let's be honest.
Yeah. No.
Would you go to a local wrestling show if the world champ was QT Marshall?
And isn't he kind of older too? Like, how old is the dude?
I don't know.
Like, I know they're kind of down on LA Knight just because of his age, and he's got charisma out the yin yang. And then they're like, QT Marshall, he's going to come in and actually do
set
something.
The world on fire.
How old is QT Marshall?
Is he the one that hung out with the Bucks or the one that hung out with Cody?
Yeah, he's just like a buddy of theirs and got a job. That's fine. He's kind of my guilty pleasure. I think he's kind of a funny, low-end manager guy, but he's not a star.
How old is QT Marshall? Okay, it says, are you a fucking loser? No. Let's see. He was born in 85.
Oh,
so why can't it do the math for me? So if
he's 9 years young, he's in his late 30s.
Yeah. So 2023 take away 1985. So he's 38 years old.
Yeah, he's still a young man. Got his
life
ahead of him.
Up. QT Marshall, watch out, all you WWE fans. You're getting QT'd.
QT Marshall.
Maybe Ropa's going to go to the WWF.
Who's going to WWF?
Ropa's.
Oh man, he's passing a stone right as he speaks. That's how dedicated he is to it.
I think he said
Stone just passed.
Oh no.
I'm the one supposed to have a kidney stone.
Well, he's still in your gimmick, Lexar. Take it.
Did
Reddy's
you pass
still
it
in
over
your
to
gimmick.
Reddy? Can you pass kidney stones if you're docking?
I don't think it's contagious. Well, if you're docking,
yeah.
My doctor gave me medication.
You need more training, Jack. You need a lot more training.
You're like goes over the other one.
YouTube needs to be informed of your
shenanigans.
Is there really enough education?
Yeah, it's just very educational.
Yeah.
And maybe I can even make art out of it. Here's my
your 8-bit of docking.
Well, if I make an 8-bit, if I make 8-bit animation of being intra docking, that'd be pretty rocking. Intra, what do you think?
Oh gee,
what if we just made a video game of it?
Chase each other around, try to dock each other. Just like with your pants around your ankles, just running around. Okay. But then you'd make docking, if you pass the kidney stone, that'd make kidney stones a sexually transmitted disease.
Damn. Well, I don't know if it's true.
Well, not a disease, but sexually transmitted at least, yeah.
That rockin' dockin'. There we go. That's a good name for the game. Hey kids, let's play some rockin' dockin'. Yeah.
Michael Hayes' favorite game.
As you go through a maze, kick the other guy.
All right. Sean Green, what was on your mind? QT Marshall versus Johnny Swinger.
Mostly because this is the big thing. No.
Uh-oh.
This whole thing with Punk worked shoot straight out the gate. It's ugly. It's just I hate it. 110% hate it. Just be done with it. Get it out of here.
They could have had. You gotta have some venom in there. Not I'm fucking home. Good Lord. All right, Goosey, what's on your mind?
I was so disgusted by that promo.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, I feel the same way on that.
That could be intronized tag team, the Dockers.
Come out to
Midnight Dockers.
The icon of the Power Goat, the Dockers.
We got to be the Midnight Dockers. We got to steal something from Jim Cornette.
You got to have Dawkins playing in the background.
Midnight Dockers.
Yeah, Dockin can be our theme song. And then
come out all in wearing like
Dockers were Midnight Dockers.
Yeah, wearing like Dockers slacks, and then you drop them.
Docking after midnight. Docking till the dawn.
Wow.
Now that's a tune, I'm sure.
That's a good one.
That's Judas Priest, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, Judas Priest.
The Dock connection.
After midnight.
Docking after midnight. Docking till the dawn. That's all the lyrics you need for a song.
Hell yeah.
All right.
So, like 5 years from now, is QT Marshall going to be in his low rent motel room, and he's just going to be like drinking himself and half to death, and he's just going to like stop and be like, "Why the fuck I leave AEW?"
Man,
he's going to be at the top of the wrestling business.
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, QT. You're making a bad
said
decision.
that he's got a spot in AAA apparently.
No.
AAA even? Why do you want to go to like Mexico?
He had a title for a little while.
Like, I mean, unless
Well,
they're
he
paying
did
more
work,
money, but I mean,
I don't think
Mexico
I don't think
for a
there's
little
big
while.
money there.
He don't wear their belts. No.
jeez.
Okay. Anything else on anyone's mind before we get to the Raw report? We don't want to get too late here for Mr. Simmons, Butler.
Or there may be no Raw report.
You just
Wait a minute.
And we, after our 2 hours, or 2 hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking history.
Raw report.
Raw report. Fucking injury.
I have to inform you, Steven, though. I watched Raw thoroughly all the way through, so I know what happens.
Incher Jimmy jammed it up.
Jimmy jammed it up. I watched everything. Well, not Impact, but mostly everything.
I watch Impact.
Well, speaking of Impact, guess who was at Raw? Dixie Carter.
Dixie Carter.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Was she trying to buy the WWE?
That would be crazy if she did, but I don't think she has that kind of money.
Daniel Chad Whitehead. I live in Nashville. Went last night to my first WWE show in 10 to 15 years. I'm glad I snuck my weed pen in because there's a fucking reason I hate WWE. And last night affirmed my assessment. What the fuck is the yeet? I agree. I didn't know. I thought I'm just old and didn't know what's happening. Why is that the most annoying word ever? God damn, I hate WWE.
it's better than a what chance.
Well, I don't know. I mean, to say something's like, well, it's better than getting kicked in the balls repeatedly. I mean, it's not like that's great. How about like neither? I don't know what yeet is either. I didn't understand. He came out with the shirt said yeet. I was like, what the hell is that?
I guess it's like Samoan slang, like Samoan street terms or something.
I just assumed. I guess I'm too old for this. I don't know. Should have looked it up in the Urban Dictionary, maybe.
Go do it.
Get to the Raw report while I look up yeet.
Okay, so Raw comes to you from Nashville, Tennessee.
Why you gotta say it like that, Steven?
We're here at the Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, come on, Jack. Why you gotta say it like that?
We're here at the Hunting in West Virginia, Martha. But it's a
Come
good,
up to sandwich and go to the melody tent.
A friend of mine, Richard Pensenka, longtime listener to In Your Head. Yesterday, he was in Sandwich, Massachusetts. Did he say, hey, let's meet up and I'll buy you lunch? No. But he went to a place I go to lunch a lot, Captain Scott's, and he told them I'm here because this guy named Neil Jones told me to. Yeet. To discard an item at high velocity.
What? I'm yeeting in the air.
Alex finishes his soda and proceeds to yeet his empty can into a trash can. Weird.
They should have yeeted that whole damn Raw episode last night.
Lesnar finishes his last.
Yeet means throw something very hard. Apparently, this is what it does mean. So I don't know why they're saying it. Yeet.
Here's the Merriam-Webster dictionary has it. It says used to express surprise, approval, or excited enthusiasm.
Should
That's
I
what.
eat this can of soda here?
Exactly.
Or to I'm always wrong.
Reaction
Yeah.
when your mom buys you fresh Crocs. Look at my sparkly Crocs. Yeet.
To throw. It says to throw. Yeah.
Yeah. Most of these go back to violently throwing something. Then here's one. It says for teenagers, it's a word without meaning. It's used to express sudden excitement.
Nice.
So Jay also thinks he's a teenager.
I guess. All right, yeet it up, Stevie. Stevie from Yeety.
So Raw begins with a recap of the Survivor Series, and out comes Mr. Randy Orton to start Monday Night Raw, and the crowd goes wild for him. You know, they're starting to chant, and
Randy's in really good shape too on his return. We didn't really mention
and
that.
he looks jacked. Yes,
He looks jacked as could be. Don't you wish that was you, Adam Cole? He had his back fused together. He comes back looking like Schwarzenegger. Steroids. That's all I'm saying. See Brian Cage.
Oh, maybe.
Not one minute you're alive. You do the roids in? Getting a buff over there. You doing the?
Nah, I'm not on the roids.
That's gonna be my New Year's resolution. I'm gonna start doing heavy steroids.
There you go.
Some HG.
Nice.
All right. Kill your whole family.
Steven, what's on your mind? Get to this Raw report and
So
forget
Orton-
this nonsense from Incher.
So Orton says that he's back for as long as he can stay, and he wants to cut right to the chase. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Monday Night Raw. He's been gone for a while. The crowd says, does a welcome back chant. And but he says while he was gone, he gave him plenty of time to think about all of his accomplishments and accolades. He said he won't bore the crowd by listing all of them. But there's one thing he said he's never done, which was to compete in a War Games. And he thanks Cody for giving him the call and asking him to be on the team. And then he does mention that we have War Games and it's created by Dusty Rhodes. But he says he's back, and what's on his mind is the bloodline, and he emphasizes every single member of the bloodline. He's got some receipts. So, an allusion possibly to Jey Uso as well as the other members, we'll see. However, he is interrupted by "This is my brutality." Rhea Ripley comes.
This is my brutality.
So she gets into the ring and she kind of welcomes Randy back to WWE. But she says that War Games, that was just a bump in the road. She says that the landscape has changed, the bloodline has fallen, and the Judgment Day runs WWE, the most dominant force in WWE. She said she mentions that she beat up Zoey Stark on the pay-per-view.
Jack loved every minute of it.
And then she mentions Dirty Dom and
Dirty Dom.
Dirty Dom.
Dirty Dom.
Well.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But she does mention that if it weren't for you, Orton, Damian Priest would be the World Heavyweight Champion.
Dirty Dom. Done dirt cheap. Go on.
So anyway, she says, unlike the bloodline, she says the Judgment Day get the job done, and we'll put him out permanently. So she's really putting down the bloodline in this promo, but I think that was just to get to Randy Orton. But Randy comes back with a great line. He cuts her off, and he says that WWE's been all about Rhea Ripley. It's been mommy this, mommy that. Well, guess what? Daddy's back. And I really like the look on Randy's face when he said that.
Yeah, that's what Intra dreams about. Randy Orton looking at him saying, "Daddy's back."
So the crowd.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Okay.
So the crowd responds with a very loud "Who's your daddy?" chant for Rhea Ripley. So, while Randy's back is turned, he gets jumped by Dominic Mysterio and JD McDonough in a neck brace. Look for him to wear that for the next 20 years. So they jump Randy, but Randy gets the upper hand on these two jobbers, and I think he wipes out Dominic with a DDT and RKO's McDonough, and then they take a powder, and Randy's still standing tall when this segment comes to an end.
I think JD McDonough needs to ask the boys about what kind of creatine they've been taking. You know what I mean? Steroids. Which didn't hear it here.
Oh, I forgot to mention that the first hour of Raw was commercial free, which comes into play with the first match. But first, there's this backstage segment with all the tag teams and some guy called Jelly Roll. I have no idea who this guy is. Anyway,
I've heard of him, but I've never really listened to any of his music. I guess I might have heard some of his songs just by proxy, but yeah, he's like Bad Bunny to me. It's like I never even heard of him until he shows up on wrestling. I'm like, who?
So
Bruce is making some Bad Bunny videos. He's all about it.
Yeah, that's funny.
Bruce is like the new Jonathan Jackson. He's got the Bad Bunny videos.
Whoa.
I thought I could get some views off of it.
So the first hour of Raw, a lot of time is taken up in this tag team turmoil match to determine the number one contender for the tag titles. We get all these tag teams. First, we get Alpha Academy, but it's surprisingly Chad Gable is at ringside, and he puts Akira Tozawa in with Otis, and they take on DIY in a very short match. DIY.
That's a smart move. Take Otis and Tozawa and put them together, and it's like you should have put yourself on that team, you moron. They're supposed to be the bright ones.
Anyway, DIY wins the first match.
Imagine that, Chad Gable. I thought you're supposed to be smart.
And before they can recover, guess who comes off the milk cartons again? Indashir. So I guess
your boy is out there, Jack. Your boy, well, it's not Shanky, it's Veer, isn't it? Veer and Veer and some new guy. I forget the new guy's name. What do you know his name?
So his name is Sangha. Sanga.
Sangha. And what's his name is with him?
Jinder Mahal.
Jinder Mahal. He's the manager, I guess now. He's not even wrestling.
Hell yeah!
So these two huge guys beat the crap out of Gargano and Ciampa, but Gargano and Ciampa get the win. Gargano, I think he just rolls up Veer and gets the 3 count. So much for the big return of Indashir, I guess. So
thanks for coming.
Out comes the Creed brothers, Brutus and Julius, with Ivy Nile. And they
never heard of them before in my life because I don't watch NXT. But
yes, but it sounds like they've got the rocket ship attached to them because they take out they use the Brutus ball or whatever this move is.
That move looked dangerous as hell. He just turns into a ball and jumps off the top rope and hits people with it. It looked really reckless if you ask me.
So DIY is eliminated, and then out comes the New Day, Kofi
New
and
Day.
Xavier. But excuse me, a Brutus Ball, they hit one of those and they eliminate the New Day. So the New Day.
Thanks for coming, New Day. Remember when you guys were like over?
So the final team is Imperium, Ludwig, and Giovanni come out. And
I don't like their new music when they bring those guys out. It's just like I prefer the way they changed the old song up a little bit. I preferred it the other way. Sorry, I had to jump. The computer I was using was acting janky. Good luck to everyone with the Rumble, and I'll get a better computer next time.
Good man.
Thank you, Sean. You're a good man.
Tazo says, one reason I don't watch WWE is because just in case I have to see Chad Gable or Otis. Just can't stand those two. Wow. DIY. Doc it yourself. We know the mitten, we know the Pafo. That's the Golgo can actually dock himself. I think you'd have to have two penises there, bro. All right, Raw report.
So Imperium actually gets some offense on the Creeds, but the Creeds come back and they hit. I think they hit like the third Brutus Ball in a row, and they pin one of these guys. So the Creeds win the tag team turmoil match, and they are now the number one contenders for the tag titles.
Hell yeah. I like these guys I've never seen before in my life. I guess I'll give them a shot, though.
So there's a backstage segment. Now, the locker room segments with, I guess, the Judgment Day is called their clubhouse for some reason. Anyway, it's a locker room segment for crying out loud. All right. So next up, we get Cody Rhodes coming out, and he cuts a promo. He cuts a promo in the ring.
Mm-hmm. Did you see those crocodile tears he was releasing for whenever he was like, oh, Dad, he made war games. Then he just goes on with his promo like nothing that happened. But yeah, he was really getting real choked up. He for like 4 seconds. He was like, but you gotta wonder what's gonna happen.
It was my dad's match.
Yeah, I'm sick of Cody. And he's going to get QT Marshall a job, and it's going to suck. Raw's going to suck even more with QT Marshall.
Damn. So yeah, basically Cody was thanking his team. He was thanking Orton for giving him the chance to pick up the win, and then it was only when the crowd started doing a Dusty chant did Cody get kind of choked up and emotional. He also mentions the return of CM Punk, and he welcomes CM Punk back to WWE. But then,
how big of a cuck is he though? Like CM Punk had like a fight with his friends, and he's like, "Oh, I don't believe anything." Cody Rhodes. He says that's his boys, but he's like, "Oh, welcome back, CM Punk. You beat the hell out of my buddies." Like, what kind of friend is that? Thanks for beating up my friends. Welcome back. There's not a legit bone in my body. I'm as fake as my dead dad. So fake.
But then
look at my crocodile tears. I was in the War Games. But at WrestleMania, I'm back in wrestler mode. Fuck Cody Rhodes. Okay, go ahead with the Raw report, Steven. I'm sorry.
Well, then the lights go out, and when they come back up, Shinsuke Nakamura is on the Titantron. He's cutting this promo in Japanese. So I guess Shinsuke's
the way I like it.
Cody.
I like promos that I gotta read subtitles for. Thank you, WWE. More promos with subtitles.
So basically, every week Shinsuke's been cutting these promos.
Don't get the guy manager that speaks English. Make us read subtitles.
Maybe that's the big plan for QT Marshall.
Oh, jeez.
WWE's all for educating the children with literacy.
Exactly.
We will teach you to read.
I agree with this. He never trusts a man with the neck tattoo, but no other tattoos. That's always been the issue. If you have like sleeves of tattoos and all of your chest, then you start working up to your neck. I get it. But you can't have one little tiny tattoo here and then just one big neck tattoo. Very crazy. Like Undertaker's got sleeves and then he starts working up his neck. That makes sense. But
when
you can't
Cody came home with that huge
tattoo. This is
tattoo,
the first big tattoo right here.
When Brandy seen him with that huge tattoo on her neck, she should have just been like, "Oh, that's nice, honey." And then went and called like the straight jacket people to come in and get him and haul him off.
Apparently, she I think they said she even cried about it. She's not happy.
What a good husband! You just made your wife cry by making a decision and putting this stupid god awful tattoo on your neck.
I remember seeing. I was at the what's that convention there that they do before they used to do before the pay-per-views, the AEW shows?
Oh, Fan Access or something like that.
Well,
you mean what was that one? WrestleCon or WrestleCade?
Something like that. Anyway, so he was there and he had his neck all wrapped up in a scarf, and he's like, "I'm a little under the weather, so I'm trying to stay warm." And that was the show that he debuted the neck tattoo. So he actually had the scarf to cover up, so no one saw the neck tattoo until the pay-per-view.
So he was like proud of it. It was like his big debut of his stupid neck tattoo. It's like, look here, everybody. I'm certifiably insane.
I say Headyverse, everyone has to get a matching in your head neck tattoo. Just a big ass tattoo right here, and as colorful as possible. Boom, right on the neck.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to interrupt the interruption of the Raw report. I'm going to have to roll, but you guys have a good night.
Good night, Mr. Simmons, the
Go get yourself
original
some custard
Headyverse
stand.
member.
Go get you some custard stand chili and realize how wrong you are.
And I'm in talks. So if I look down here and you think I'm not paying attention, I'm actually in talks to a benefactor of In Your Head about possibly covering our HD. So maybe in the near future we might go HD if
nice
serious benefactor he might do this.
Is it a consortium?
It's just one individual.
Oh, it's not a consortium. Oh.
Those are pretty cool.
Yeah,
consortiums rock.
Anyway, back to the Raw report, folks. If I may.
Just interrupting, Bruce. It feels good. Just get it right in there.
We need more matching In Your Head docking tattoos. That would be cool because then you meet up and you go side by side, so that each one has half, but then you get together and boom, double penises. All right, Raw report.
So basically, the Shinsuke does this thing in Japanese. The lights come up, and magically Shinsuke is behind Cody, and he basically Pearl Harbors Cody from behind, and stands over him, laughing at him. And the segment ends.
You said from behind, Steven. That's what made him say that.
Yeah.
So
next up,
Inter knows how I think.
So next up, we get beef on beef.
Inter found out the hard way.
But then when I tried to give it back, Jack was like, "Doctor's orders. I can't."
Exactly. It's a good excuse. Raw report.
So we get beef on beef.
Yeah, beef on beef action.
Bronson versus Ivar.
Hell yeah, this is a match Jack Chew is tuned in for. He was like, I gotta see Bronson Reed versus Ivar.
I actually like Bronson Reed. I know Intra's anti-Bronson Reed. I like Reed.
Ivar better than Bronson Reed.
Ivar. I can't root for a guy named Ivar.
I wish Ivar would have gouge his eyeballs out or something.
Coming to the ring, Ivar.
With Valhalla. So these two guys do a lot of immovable
Meat on
object.
meat action.
Immovable object meets the irresistible force moves.
I have a theory on this, Steven, is for years we saw just big guys, hitting each other in WWE, and fans really got to like, we don't want to see this. So then we saw a rise of smaller guys and like good wrestlers and stuff. Now it's like we don't actually see that. So it actually gets over now when you do see like the big meat on meat action. It gets people chant for it.
Mm-hmm.
Now it'll probably go overboard and they'll give us a bunch of big fat asses who just cover people, and then people get bored of it again. But it's working right now.
Who is the best fat ass that clubbered people? Like, who's the number one guy?
I'll be honest, when I was a kid, that was really my least favorite wrestlers to watch. Like, not even fat asses, but just like big guys who didn't do anything besides like forearm smashes and stuff, like watching a Warlord versus Jim the Anvil Neidhart match. That was like just like not what I wanted to see in wrestling. I would put Mark Henry in there. Like, I'm really not a fan of watching Mark Henry matches.
Yeah.
Just the big, slow, boring guys who don't move around. I like the big fat asses who could do stuff like Vader or Bam Bam Bigelow. But I don't know if I have a favorite guy who just stood around and did stuff. Maybe the One Man Gang. But he actually did some cool stuff too. All right, Raw report.
And so, but basically, this one spilled to the outside, and these two guys just kept fighting outside and completely. And you could tell the referee kept counting and counting that they were going to get counted out. So it ended in a double count out. So I'm assuming that they're going to have a rematch, maybe next week. Who knows? But double count out. But before. Even when the bell started ringing, Ivar and Bronson Reed kept fighting, and I think some WWE officials came out trying to pull these two guys apart, including Adam Pearce. So this is probably going to continue.
They should have Michael Cole come out and stop that shit. He knows how to end it. He can pull people apart.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to see Bronson Reed hit the salami splash on Michael Cole.
The salami splash?
Shades of Heidenreich with that one.
That's like that Liberace movie.
What?
There's a scene in the Liberace movie.
Oh, you mean the biopic?
Yeah. And he's just like giving it to him real hard. It's just like, well, dude, do we really need? Like, we get it. They're gay guys, but I don't know if we really need to see this.
He was murdering it.
You needed to see that. You need to see that. It's good. It was Matt Damon, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, and Liberace was the bottom. He was getting reamed.
Nice.
And Liberace never came out. And his family never had him. So, in my opinion, everyone knew he's gay. But he never came out. So why do they have to put in the movie him just getting reamed? I think, if that the man's wishes was he kept it private, why do we need to see it?
Yeah, that's disrespectful.
I agree.
I like the sex scene part though. That was cool.
It was just real hard and rough.
We should stop all productions. And
his jewelry was making noise when he was getting fucked.
Yeah, it wasn't like a love. It wasn't like love making. It was just this hard, like angry, like. It's like being
you guys have thought a lot about this.
I do. So I keep it in my memory in case I need it. You know what I'm saying?
It's like
Raw report.
It's like a Liberace book report.
I stood up in school and like, here's what I think of the Liberace movie.
Yeah.
So we get a couple of backstage segments. Zoey Stark and Shayna Baszler are in their locker room when they're interrupted by Nia Jax. And Nia Jax is going to face Zoey Stark. We get another Judgment Day locker room segment. And then we get Nia Jax and Zoey Stark. So, again, the push of Nia Jax continues because she hits the Yokozuna Banzai drop and takes out Zoey Stark. Even with this, I'd still push Zoey Stark over Nia Jax. I don't know. Maybe it's just my bias. Anyway,
I like Zoey Stark's all right, but I'm not like crazy about her. I mean, Jackie Jones just like hating her. Jackie Jones is like pooping all over her. That's the sound of him pooping all over her right now. There you go. Jeez. You found like the worst picture of her. You just get like the most pixelated picture, and you're just like, hey, oh no,
that's Liberace. Jesus, look at that.
Oh, nice.
Why are you showing this to us?
Is that Kirk Douglas?
I think your description was enough.
Nice. I don't think I've ever watched that whole movie.
You just need that one scene.
Yeah, okay.
Being monetized was nice, I guess.
His chain. I just was looking at his chain.
You need trading, Jack. Go back to trading.
It was art. It's all part of it's art.
Go back to trading, Jack.
Art.
He was peeing in his butt. That's what all he was doing.
Yes, it's art, and we didn't see the penetration.
He was using his wiener for peeing.
Feel it through that picture, through the video, though.
Yeah.
All right. Back to the. By the way, I sold one of my. All right, back to the Raw report.
So we get a backstage segment with Imperium. And then when Gunther is finished with his guys, The Miz just kind of shows up and he wants another title shot against Gunther. But this doesn't really go anywhere. Gunther just kind of smirks and walks away. Next up, we get Seth Rollins in the ring, and he talks about Survivor Series. And the War Games match when he's interrupted by Drew McIntyre. And basically, Drew McIntyre. Now this was kind of cool. Drew McIntyre interrupts him, and and Rollins actually he basically knows. McIntyre says he's finished with Jey Uso, and now he wants to go after the World Heavyweight title.
Yeah.
And he talks about how
well, he asked Seth Rollins for a match. He wants to have like a match with Seth Rollins, and then Seth Rollins says he would give him one, but he feels like there's other people who are more deserving than him. And then Drew asked him, well, who are you taking on next week? Because he said he had a match with somebody next week. And Seth Rollins says, well, actually, Drew, I'm just going to come out and say it. It's Jey Uso.
Yeet!
Yeet.
And then after he does that,
Drew McIntyre yeets his head right into Seth Rollins. He goes,
yes.
Yeet!
Damn, Liberace was getting yeeted.
Liberace was getting more than yeeted.
But McIntyre had this little thing of blood on his forehead.
Yeah, I think he hit the belt when he did the headbutt spot.
Yeah,
because it was cut right across. It looked pretty nasty.
He kept it as he did a backstage segment later on with Sami Zayn, and still had the blood on him. And he basically said that he's going to go to Adam Pearce and get a match against Sami Zayn for next week.
Sammy built him up. He was saying, "You're better than this, Drew," and blah, blah, blah. And Drew acted like he was taking it to heart. And then Drew said, "I'm going to beat your ass next week," basically, just for giving me some advice. I like Drew McIntyre as a heel. I think he does a pretty good heel.
So next up, we get the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match. Tegan Nox and Natty, who won the match last week, taking on Piper Niven, and Chelsea Green.
Chelsea Green. I don't think I did it justice.
So basically, it was this week. It was Piper Niven who hit that.
I saw the ring introduction to this, and I was like, "Who the hell wants to watch this?"
Thank you for your stellar Raw reporting there, Jack. Thank you.
So Piper Niven hits the big splash.
At least Dave Meltzer watches Raw.
Does he?
He says he does, at least. He pretends.
I don't know. I think plans might have changed.
He's like, I was going to watch Raw, but plans change. You know.
So Piper Niven hits the big splash on Tegan Nox, gets the win. We get a backstage segment with Randy Orton and Jey Uso. A lot of tension there between these two.
These pop sockets.
But this segment ends with them shaking hands. And we finally get to the main event of the evening.
Hell yeah.
Well, there was a backstage segment with Becky Lynch, but she didn't say much.
She said, "I am a moron. I suck at Jeopardy." Wrestling is all I know.
Show some goddamn respect.
All right, Patrick Howell.
So let's get to the main event, shall we? Randy Orton versus Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Guess who won?
Randy Orton.
Randy Orton with the RKO, a thunderous RKO on Dominic. And he also gave a draping DDT to JD McDonough, who was still in the neck brace. But Randy just dominated. About 10 minutes. I think the main event was about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more than that, including entrances. So, thunderous RKO. Randy is standing tall over these two jobbers, and Raw goes off the air. Oh, no, Raw didn't go off the air because I was looking at the time, and that was the main event wrestling. But there was still some time on the show.
What could happen on this show?
What could possibly happen? So they come back, and they've been plugging this all night. And the music hits. CM Punk comes out. And I know, Jack, you went into great detail about how you didn't like this.
Like Mussolini.
I'm really shocked if you thought this was good. I mean, even people who didn't hate it like me, just thought it was underwhelming. I'm surprised anyone would think it was great.
Well, some of it came across. I almost thought it was like scripted, like he was told to say certain things. Because it did seem.
You go out there, you be our bitch. That's what you do. You go out there and be our bitch. He's like, yes, I will go out there and be your bitch. I am home.
Yeah.
You sure that wasn't footage of Triple H and CM Punk before this promo that you showed earlier, Jack?
It might have been.
Pretty sure that's what that was.
So he says, well, it looks like hell's frozen over. And when I mean hell's frozen over, it means I'm standing in a WWE ring with a live microphone. Yeah. In my head. So he puts over the Chicago Blackhawks in Nashville, gets booed. What else did he talk about here? Talks about Saturday
People actually
night.
watch hockey? Like,
not very many.
Yeah, where I am.
Yeah, it does well in certain areas, but overall, no.
It's just so weird.
Like Boston Bruins are big and stuff. So.
Yeah, I live in Minnesota. And I love Boston.
It's certain pockets of the country and in Canada.
It is odd how like hockey's just non-existent where I'm at, and like, or like soccer, like hardly anybody cares about
really,
it.
it's warm where you are.
I'm
here.
I'm in the Mecca known as Huntington, West Virginia.
Over here in Jersey, they're big. They're big for the Devils.
Mm-hmm. The Jersey Devil.
New Jersey.
We
Devils.
like the Mothman here. I think the Mothman could kick the Jersey Devil's ass. What do you think about that, Lexar? What do you think about that?
I don't think we should get this nonsense. I want to hear the Raw report and what made Steven love this Punk segment.
Well, like I said, some of these lines did sound scripted and corny, and he even used the word corny in his thing here. He says, "Once upon a time, an American dream told me if you speak from the heart, you cannot go wrong. This is the truth. I'm home." And I thought, are you reading from a script, or did you memorize a script? Because it really didn't sound like a CM Punk.
No,
promo.
not at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
it didn't have any of the real like oomph to it. Like his he's legit one of the best promos of our life of the last 10 years, 15 years. And all of that is really because of the emotion he has when he's doing the promo.
Even this next part where he says, this is home. I've been gone for 10 years. For over 10 years, the people never forgot me. Even when I wanted to forget myself or something like that. It's like script.
I agree. Yeah, 100%.
Anyway, so he keeps going.
That's always been a big issue with me with WWE in general, is it has that over produced like very slick, and I'm sure some people like that, but I like wrestling that's a little more gritty and off the cuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he says he never wanted to leave, but once upon a time, a wife...
He never wanted to leave?
Yeah,
he quit the company? He quit the company.
He left and stayed and just sat at home till he fired him, but I never wanted to leave.
Script.
So fucked up.
Once upon a time, a wise man told him to get everything he needs and get out of this place. Leave and come back. Hard to say this, but the wise man was right. A definite reference to Mr. Paul Heyman.
Yeah, right. Set up Heyman. And I really doubt he would have ever said that. Like, he wouldn't have called Heyman the wise man. Like you said, it was all part of this. Which I'm fine to put some storyline stuff in there.
Mm-hmm. Did he say like, and when you come back, you get to go to Saudi Arabia?
It's just anyone who, and I think Golga made a good point. Only way I think you could think this was a good is if you never saw Punk in AEW. After you saw Punk's big return promo in AEW in 2021. That's why I said it's like the gist of it was the first dance promo, only like less impactful and less emotional. Plus, it makes less sense because we've seen him now wrestling for the last 2 years.
So, every. Oh yeah, what else did he say here? Everyone's happy to have him back. Well, I doubt that. Everybody embraced him. I'm sure he's still waiting for his hug from Vince. And everybody asked about AJ. And by the way, AJ Lee is fine and sends her regards.
What's so fucked up about his return is the doctor he personally sued still works for WWE.
Yeah, it's such bullshit.
Like all of a sudden he's just gonna be happy having him.
I never wanted to leave
accuse you of medical malpractice.
I just had to.
That's attempted homicide. Yeah.
What if the doctor has to tend
I
to
thought
him.
Triple
Like,
H,
how's
even
that
though
gonna
he was very corporate and his thing, thought that came off way more real. Like it seemed like this is probably how he really feels. Not necessarily a fan of the guy, but he thinks the fans want to see it, so we'll try it.
Yeah, money. Yeah, he makes money. There's no fucking doubt.
He has no doubt that people talk about him.
Under my thumb, that little bitch.
Under my
CM
thumb.
Punk. He was so anti WWE, but here he is.
Yeah.
Comes
Yeah,
crawling
I mean,
back.
if you're gonna do all that, that's fine. But then you can't go back and be like, "This is my home." Like, good Lord, man.
I mean, when he works that first Saudi Arabia show, and everybody
That'll
runs
be the
with
end. That's the end for me if he goes to that.
Remember, he tweeted
He's going to be cutting ads of how great Saudi Arabia flights are, and why you should go see the WWE experience in Saudi fucking Arabia, where everybody goes to vacation. What do you do after you had your one trip to the WWE
Go vacation,
experience?
but make sure your wife's in a beekeeper suit, or else she'll get arrested and beheaded. Make sure you don't bring any of your LGBTQ relatives with you.
Why couldn't Punk just go to Ring of Honor?
No, I mean, let's be honest.
Well, it's the same place, basically.
Yeah, it's the same.
The only other option he had was Impact, I would say, or just go do GCW.
I'm not even against the idea of going back, but there's a. If you're gonna go back, you can't just go there and be like, "This is my." You can't exact all the stuff, Steve. Like, I never wanted to leave. This is my come on, give me a break.
Script. Let's finish this off. So basically, he says everybody welcomed him back. Well, almost everybody. See, then he goes up. He gets really serious. Some people are afraid of the truth. They're afraid of what they don't understand. So
this was the only stuff. At least I got a little bit because it's playing into the I feared for my life stuff.
So everybody competes to be the best in the world, but the best in the world has not been here for almost 10 years. Anyway, he goes on and on here. Talks about the brass
best in the world got his ass kicked. Mickey Gall was just beating the shit out of him. Best in the world, right there, baby.
Yep. They're afraid that the most feared man in the industry just walked through the front door, and there's nothing they can do about it. Some people are afraid they'll have to come to terms with that to be the best in the world in the ring, on the microphone, or even at the commentary table. The best in the world is live and in living color in Nashville, Tennessee. And his name is, and he holds up the microphone and the crowd yells, CM Punk. But the most intriguing thing about this whole promo was after he dropped the mic, the camera zooms in on his face. He looks into the camera and he just says, I'm not here to make money. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make money. And the show comes to an end. Probably the most intriguing sentence of the whole thing.
Yeah, I agree. It was about the only thing that was that had a little bit of venom to it, had some connection to anything we were interested in, and didn't seem completely phony.
I wonder if he's aware. Yeah, like I said, if he's aware this is scripted shit, and so
he has to know because he's been a guy that's been protective of his character and promos, and I think he'd have to know. Man, I just totally sold out with this one.
So he wanted to get something in at the end. I hope that was an unscripted line, but just something he wanted to throw in. But I did want to add, it's clear. Yeah, you saw the picture of him with Triple H. That Triple H.
Yeah, I'm not against mending fences and stuff, but
yes,
I mean, you have to you can't be like.
So Triple H. So in the post, he said, he talked to Punk. They're older, and so it's Triple H is in charge of the creative. This is where we're going with CM Punk, and I think Punk's return is going to be a hell of a lot different in a WWE locker room and then an AEW one, I think it's going to be more professional. Yes, there probably are people that just hate Punk in the WWE locker room.
They're not going to, the guys aren't going to call Dave Meltzer and put things out. They're not going to refuse to be in the locker room and also. And if any of that stuff happens, it won't be tolerated in WWE.
Yes, so exactly. Triple H is not going to tolerate this kind of crap that was in AEW.
Ryback says 6 months, and if he ain't gone in 6 months, then he'll retire.
He already said I've renamed him, and it's caught on. My boy Brader Dre out there is quoting me, and I've renamed him Lieback.
Lie some more.
Lieback, yeah. Lie some more. He said if he showed up, he'd retire, and he showed up with, I meant if he showed up at AEW. Like, come on. And retire from what? You haven't wrestled in years.
I know. I mean, he hasn't wrestled in quite a while.
I'm not going to eat Big Macs in my car anymore.
Well, don't do that to me. I like those videos.
He's kind of crazy. Just,
he does really eat some burgers. He's like,
but folks, it's past my bedtime. So
me too. I'm out too.
Now Steven's like a grown man with a family. You ain't got shit to do, Lexar.
I gotta find a job. I need to get to WrestleMania 40.
Oh.
WrestleMania? When's that? When's WrestleMania 40? What's that, in April? He's gone to bed on November 29th at midnight so he can get up to go to WrestleMania 40 in 4 months.
Well, he says he's got to find a job so he can raise the funds.
He's been saying that for 10 years. Stop going to the strip club. He's going to strip clubs. He's going to all these wrestling shows where people are hitting each other with light tubes and barbed wire wrapped dildos.
Wow.
Well, gotta go. Good night.
Good night.
Nighty night, Steven. Thank you for the Raw report. I give him an A.
Yeah, I after watching the Raw myself, I've newfound respect for Steven to sit through that shit and pay attention and take notes.
Mm-hmm. Raw's a chore to get through, and I don't think I'd be watching if I don't feel like some sort of obligation to the listeners.
I stopped watching it because I feel no obligation to Headyverse. The obligation I feel is just to come here and give him my hatred. No, to get here and give him my love. And I'll watch stuff I like. No, I'm not gonna like all of it, obviously, because I didn't watch it yet, so I don't know. There's stuff I like, stuff I don't like. But I generally like AEW, and I generally like the pay-per-view, so I watch all that stuff. But I'm not gonna actively watch 3 hours of something that I know is just gonna bring me pain, and I just sit there like, why? It's like it's literal torture, so I just don't watch it. But anyone who wants to watch it, go at it. I'm glad you do it.
Well, it is a chore to get through Raw, but SmackDown feels like a much easier show to get through, and I'm not sure if it's just because it's not on as long. Or what?
No,
it's
I think
better
it's a
show.
I will say I thought Collision was a poor show this week.
I liked Collision.
Really?
I thought Edge's promo was really good.
I thought Edge was one of the weakest AEW shows. I thought it was a really bad program. That
I enjoyed
House
it
of Black match was total shit. That
was bad.
You've ever seen in AEW.
That match I felt really bad for Gravity and his brother. What's his brother's name? I'm forgetting it.
Axiom or something like that?
No, it's not Axiom.
Galaxy or Gravity.
No, Gravity and I know his name.
Gravity, get this fucker off. He botched every single thing he did, even running the ropes.
It might have been a bad night, but I know Conan.
He sucks.
Wait.
He didn't botch one move. He botched everything he did.
Well, it wasn't just Gravity. It was his brother too, and his brother's known as like a superstar in Mexico. What's his brother's name? I can't think of his brother's name.
Commander.
He's known as like a big name.
Really good. AEW, I love AEW, but you have done the Luchadors just what WCW did. They used to be cool. Now, as soon as I see masked guys come out, I know they're losing because they've presented the luchadors as jobbers. They lose every time they come out, and they've really just fucked themselves with the luchadors. They're all just jobbers.
But in Gravity's case, Conan says he's not ready, and maybe he's right. But I always kind of root it for him because I know his brother has a name, and I know he's the younger brother, and probably
She
he's
rooted for him because of nepotism, because he got into the wrestling business.
Because he's trying to get into wrestling and follow and make a name for himself, and I know it's got to be hard. You're only
there because you got a famous brother. Get the bricks.
No. I mean, he's trained. I mean, he's wrestled some decent matches.
Trained, but he sucks.
Well, his brother was messing up matches in there too, and Aleister Black or whatever the hell he's named.
This match was the absolute.
It don't seem like they clicked very well.
No, it was the pits. It was terrible. I thought they killed.
I'm not going to put it all of it on those guys. I think they weren't doing so well with them either. The House of Black. It wasn't a good match, and everything that followed.
And they had this thing with FTR when they came out and like, oh, blah blah blah, evil darkness, and watch out for you, the brothers. And then the lights went out, and they came back on, and nothing happened. I was like, what the hell is?
But they said that CM Punk wasn't there to protect them, so that was another thing that makes me think. Well, did these guys know, like, that CM Punk was going to show up, or were they just kind of predicting it?
I thought it was pretty rotten.
I liked it all right. I'm not saying it was the greatest show, but I mean.
And then they finally put the title on Julia Hart. Like I said, you cannot have two women's titles because you don't have enough women to have two programs going. So Julia Hart wins. Her first title defense is against a jobber who's never won one match on TV. Lady Frost, I've seen her twice. The first time I'd never heard of her, and she came out, I think, in a title match and lost. And their second match, another title match, and lost. Come on, that's not how you have title matches. Why does she have a title match when she's never won a match?
Yeah.
And they were like Pittsburgh's own, and they booed her because you're in Pittsburgh, and they want to see Britt Baker.
Yeah. What's with Britt Baker? Why is she not wrestling that?
I don't know. I would tell her, if you don't want to wrestle, then fire her. She's one of the most over women, one of the most over wrestlers at one point. You got to go with her. And if she's got this weird thing where she doesn't want to wrestle, like they say, or whatever, then just say, okay, then you're fired because this is a wrestling company.
Yeah.
Not just you pay your hang out with your boyfriend.
Yeah, I haven't heard this. Has she said something like she's not?
I know she said she never wanted to get the title again. It's like, well,
she said that. Yeah, she did say that. But like, I'm not sure why she's out right now. I mean, she is like one of the number one stars in the women's division, and
she was.
I don't know.
Arguably, I mean, she was one of the top 3 most over people in the whole company for a little while.
Yeah. That's
even when they don't really push her or do anything, and even still when she makes appearances, they go crazy for her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one area they really need work is they actually have a lot of women, I do think. Not a lot, but they have a core group of women that are good. Julia Hart's good. Britt Baker's really good. I really like Timeless, Tony Storm stuff. But you don't have enough to have 2 separate champions because not only if you have 2 separate champions, you have to have enough challengers for 2 sets of belts, and you don't have that. If you just consolidated them to one title and focused on like that, you could maybe do something. It would actually make the women's division a lot better if you just consolidated into one title.
Yeah. Well, they have the Ring of Honor women's belt too.
Fuck the Ring of Honor. Fuck Ring of Honor.
Athena has it right now, and she had the big match with Ronda Rousey.
AEW and just drop Ring of Honor. You can't have 3 sets of women's belts, 2 sets of trios belts. It's too much. It sucks.
You're going to be buying it, and you're going to love it. Understand?
There's way too many titles. You can't. There's no excuse to have 3 sets of singles women's belts, 2 sets of tag belts, and 2 sets of trios belts. It's stupid. It doesn't make them more prestigious. It makes them less special, less prestigious. And it's confusing. You don't even know like which belts these guys have. Like and like why? And if you don't know, if you just start tuning in, you're like, well, what the hell is this? What does it even mean? This guy's got the Ring of Honor belt. What the hell's Ring of Honor? Oh, I don't know. And then like I like the idea of the Triple Crown champion because you're actually consolidating two of the belts with this other belt. In theory, that's all fine, but they don't explain it well at all. They haven't even explained the tournament well. They rely on everyone just knowing what the G1 is. And when they try to explain, it's all like very confused. And like Tony's there kind of like trying to explain. Even Excalibur, he's just comes off very confused when he's trying to tell you about all these points. And they should make like a nice compact video package and play that before every match in the tournament. Like, this is the classic and they're, the winner, blah, blah. And just explain it that way, like a 30-second video package.
Well, we've had a match where Rouge took on Jay White.
The match has been good in it.
Rouge totally destroyed Jay White, but Jay White ended up winning in the end. So he got points. So could it come around where Rouge could actually have to take on Jay White again? It's not like a tournament where you're eliminated.
No, it's not. See, I prefer a single elimination tournament. When you lose, you're out. This is a round robin where each guy wrestles each guy, and then you for points. And the thing is,
whoever has the most points at the end, or they go against each other.
Not yeah, they don't even explain how you win it because they say the finals is at that show. So I don't know. In theory, if it's just whoever has the most points, if the two people with the most points fight each other, if in theory they're more than 3 points ahead, it wouldn't even matter who won. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if just the two top people with the most points fight and then whoever wins just win. I don't really even know because they haven't even explained it. And the matches have been good in it. It's very confused. Even when they started, Eddie Kingston said, he said I was going to defend my belts in every match, which meant I thought he was going to defend his two belts in every match. But then he lost the first match and they didn't even mention it. Then it was basically now it's been changed to he's just like almost basically forfeited the two belts for whoever wins this gets these belts. And it's like, I get the idea of you've got this new belt and then these other two belts and they're one belt, but why would the guy do that? Why would he be like, I'm going to give up my two titles for this tournament? Why would he do that?
No sense.
There's no logic.
That means the Ring of Honor World Championship is one of the belts that he has to win the whole tournament to get that back.
Yeah, and why would he do that? Why would he forfeit his own belts? It makes no sense. There should have been a storyline reason, like maybe the only way he could have got in this is if he puts his belts up for whatever, make up some reason. It's wrestling, but it can't be just he just comes out. I'm going to give up my belts. Why? It doesn't make any sense because he even went on to bet like this was his lifelong goal to win that Japan title and win the Ring of Honor title. If they're so meaningful to him, why would he just give them up? And then he loses his first match in the tournament, and he's the guy with the most to lose. I was just like, I don't really get it. And it is a little hard, honestly, to get that excited in a tournament when the winner gets points. You know what I mean? It's not
Daniel
even Daniel
go
on.
in the
It's
chat
like,
room.
He won 3 points. I'm like, oh, okay.
He has a comment. He's kind of
look. I understand it's a G1, but you can't rely on everyone watching your show to know what the G1 is, to know all the rules of G1. Not everyone watching the show watches New Japan and watches the G1. You can't. I love AEW, but they're always doing this. They just assume everyone watching the show watches every wrestling promotion in the world, knows everything, every wrestler in Japan. They think everybody is just this hardcore wrestling guy who watches everything and knows everybody. I'm a wrestling fan. I don't know. I don't watch Japan. I know what G1 is, but I've never actually watched a G1 tournament. So all you've got to do is explain it. Make a little video package, explain it. When you bring in a new Japanese guy, a new guy from New Japan, have a 30-second or 1-minute video package for people like me who don't know this guy. Say, here, this is why you should be excited because here's what this guy did in Japan. This is his accolades. Instead, I see like this little old Japanese guy with a stupid haircut come out, and people go, "Oh my God, it's this old man!" And I'm like, "He looks like an idiot." Oh, but I'm supposed to be all excited? No, you have to explain to your audience. You can't just think everyone watching it knows everything that's ever happened in every promotion in the world.
Heck yeah. Oh, I know. I'm just saying, Khan's thinking it does a knockoff G1 that it will pop the hardcore smarks that he caters to, and it's not going to do much.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not even against the idea. I don't know why you just can't explain this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Golgo 13, he says, I would think New Japan would not allow AEW to merge one of their titles with an AEW title.
They must not care.
I think it's just like they'll just be whoever's holding those championships, they'll be going New Japan and AEW. They'll be kind of going in between.
I mean, I would assume he's already passed this by I wouldn't think he'd just like, I'm gonna do this and would not even ask the company. I'm sure they.
I'm kind of bummed if like the Ring of Honor champion's not going to be on the Ring of Honor show and he's going to be over in Japan.
I'm totally fine with this because I think the Ring of Honor is a complete dud.
Well, you didn't like when Claudio had the belt. I mean, I think Claudio
not when they don't even have a TV show.
Well, I like the TV show. I'm saying I like to see the champion on the actual TV show.
Keep him on the show,
That's
or if
what
you're
I'm
going to have the Ring
saying.
of Honor title on all your shows, I like it better as this title, the Triple Crown.
Yeah. Well, I would rather see the Ring of Honor champion on the actual show.
The Ring of Honor's been handled completely awful.
Yeah, it was a free TV show. And now it goes to a TV show that you have to like pay to watch. It was like the only free wrestling basically, and now, yeah,
you got to pay for it, Bruce.
Yeah, so it's like completely different, and it lost the spirit of being like the free thing.
Well, I don't know. I don't mind paying $10, but I do think they should offer their like pay-per-view events that like this they're doing this month. Final Battle is free if you have.
Are they always going to be that?
I don't know. I hope they go that route. I think that's the best route for them to go. But I don't even think they need to do 12 shows. They could do 6, But I do think the special show should be on the actual Honor Club because that's kind of how the fans are geared. I mean, you got WWE with Peacock and their main shows on Peacock, and that's $10. So, do that.
Well, I mean, it's great for the fans, but I don't know if it makes sense.
Well, that's why I say 6 shows, so they're not having to pay for a building every month. That's right. I mean, I just think that would be nice if you are a subscriber to that service, which I am, and you're about to be, Jack, because you got to get that Final Battle.
I did see, by the way, the AEW game is on sale on Steam.
Well, a lot of games are on sale on Steam. Like they have a big like Black Friday, Cyber Monday deal. I bought a game the other day for like $3. So, but how much was it?
It wasn't that cheap. It was like $35 though. It was a lot cheaper.
Yeah, they give you some good deals. Which is nice because digital, the only way you're getting a deal is if they offer it to you. Because, like, you're not going to, like, go to your buddy and be like, you're not playing that game? How about I give you $10 for it or something?
Right.
That doesn't exist with digital. Can't do that.
I found some wrestling VHS tapes and I was going through some bins in my room. I don't know if they're worth anything.
Steven Tyler, he's a good guy to ask about that. He normally knows what's worth what.
So let's open this.
Pro Wrestling Crates.
So I took the tape off just so. Well, I didn't.
Tyler Steven. Why has he got to have a name so similar to a famous guy? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm gonna hide that.
Don't look at the cheat sheet.
No, I always do the shirts last. All right. Oh, this is cool. Socks. I believe it's Demolition. I bet one's Axe and one's Smash. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah. You got
That's very
Demolition.
Those are cool.
I like that.
Are you not going to be able to stop singing the song when you're walking with those socks?
Here comes the Axe, and here comes the Smasher, the Demolition, a walking disaster. Pain and destruction is their middle name. What the fuck? Oh my god. CM Punk pin. Just 2 days ago, I've been like, hell yeah. Now I'm like, what the fuck?
You're going to fall back in love with him again. You'll be CM cucking it up before
In
long.
Punk we trust. Oh my lord. No, this is cool. It's the devil sticker.
I like the
I actually
chip.
like that. It's cute.
See, we still don't know who the devil is. We got to find that out.
They haven't been as heavy on it lately.
I will say Nigel had one of the best lines ever. He said whenever talking about Bryan Danielson, he was like, it's his time of the month. And the announcer's like, what? Because he was kind of giving him hell for not wrestling.
Yeah.
But Nigel's so great. I
Mhm.
did enjoy that on Collision.
Headlock Tales from the Road. This looks like that fucking Matt Cardona.
Who is
Illustrated Thanksgiving special. Oh, good lord. It's Thanksgiving with Trish Stratus and Matt Cardona.
What?
Oh, wow.
Why would they be having Thanksgiving together?
I guess it's not Matt. This looks like Matt Cardona.
So it's a Trish comic book?
If someone wants to super chat me $15, who can have this? Because I do not give a fuck.
So it's a Trish Stratus comic book, and that's it?
She wrote it. Did she? Did she write it?
Boy, am I pumped. What is it? It's like 3 pages long.
Steven's going to buy it.
Steven, if you're out there, anybody, look, I'm not saying I don't want. I'm saying this is very valuable. Super chat $15 and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, read it to your kids and stuff.
Good deal. Headlock Tales from the Road presents Gratitude Era. Story by Trish Stratus and Michael Kingston. 2 people had to write a 5-page comic book.
Doggo 13 wants to know, is Trish's baby in it? I say, fuck the baby. Fuck the kids.
I see that they break a wishbone. Look, This is a ribbon and who doesn't want to read a comic book with a couple sitting at Thanksgiving and eating turkey to dinner? Yeah. Now that is some great stuff.
I'm pretty sure like Trish's fans don't want to like hear about her husband and like how happy she is with her family. I mean,
oh, she's Canadian too, like so it has to be like a different Thanksgiving.
You even get to see her get proposed to.
Was it in the turkey? Did she reach in and the ring was in there?
This is not a very good endorsement for Pro Wrestling Crates.
Good lord. How gay is that? I mean, like, cool, gay isn't happy, like gay and merry.
Yeah, the Chris holiday season.
Now this makes up for it. This is a story by like 8 people. This is pretty rocking. Big John Studd Micro Brawlers.
Hell yeah.
I like that. That's really cool.
That's pretty good.
I always thought Big John Studd should have played Father Christmas in an Ebenezer Scrooge. Like if they made a WWE Christmas Carol, wouldn't he have been good as Father Christmas?
Yeah, you would have.
Now they can do it with AI. I'm hoping that the autograph is QT Marshall before he leaves. Who do you think it is?
I bet it's let's see, it's I can see who it is now.
Oh, that's
that's Eric Young.
Yeah, that's
Eric
cool.
Young. I was having trouble deciphering who it was there for a minute.
All right.
That's pretty cool. He said he didn't want to work for WWE because of Saudi shows. You got to respect that.
I respect him. I like him. I mean, I'm not like freaking pumped, but that's cool. I like Eric. I respect him. Let's see I like the Demolition socks and the Big John stud. Let's see.
Yeah, Logo 13 says it'll be tough to top the Zodiac.
That's very true. What is this?
Dreams Come True.
August
27th, 1979. Dreams Come True.
World it's not an American Dream shirt.
Oh yeah, Dusty. I actually wouldn't mind a Dusty Rhodes shirt, but I don't think that's particularly nice looking at all. To be honest, it's just like a bunch of text.
Is it a sweat
on the back at all?
No. Man, I'm sorry, Paressa Crate, but that's a pretty fucking lousy design T-shirt. I'm super chat me $15. That'll cut $10 for shirt, $5 for shipping. And get this Dusty Rhodes shirt size large. It's pretty cool if you like Dusty Rhodes and you don't like people on your shirt. I know some people think it means like you're sexually into a guy if you got him on your shirt. This one I like. Ciampa, which I'm actually surprised they have a Ciampa shirt.
Mm-hmm.
He's in WWE. I actually like that one. I'll wear that.
Yeah, they got him back in DIY. So
yeah,
or DIY. That's what it is. Do it yourself.
Super chat $15. You can get this. Super chat me $25. You can get that and the Trish comic together, and a Royal Rumble number. That is the deal of the night. $25, a large Dusty Rhodes shirt, Trish Stratus comic book, and a Royal Rumble number. You're not going to beat that, aren't you? Where's the thing? Where's the cheat sheet?
Keith Myers here. He wants to know, Jack, what reason do you think CM Punk should have given for returning to WWE that would have made you happy?
That's a good question, actually. So I think you come back for the fans. That's all good. And say you can't say I'm home, and I don't think he should have. I'm not saying to trash a company. I'm not a dumbass. You can't be like, fuck this place, blah blah. So for the fans, the last hurrah. I know we can't talk about the last place. You don't need to go to details. Like, you could still even put over the company without saying I'm home. Like, I want to go out on top on the biggest stage there is. He always talked about never getting his WrestleMania moment, never getting the WrestleMania main event. There's one thing, I'm the best in the world. There's one thing I've not done, and that is main event WrestleMania. I'm here. One more run. This is the last hurrah for you. Gonna do it for the fans. The big stage. Do the one thing I've never done. I've had the title. I've had all the titles. I've been everywhere. I've wrestled all over the world, but I've never main evented WrestleMania, and I'm here to do that. Something like that. I don't know. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to go into the weeds and be all insane, but just something real specific here to main event WrestleMania, the biggest stage of the world. I didn't want, even if they wanted to trash the other company and not say it by name, I didn't want to go out in the minor leagues. I want to go out in the major leagues. I mean, there's stuff you could do.
I think like what he probably should have said was, my wife told me to get my ass out there and make some money. So here I am.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I kind of believe that. I think that's probably what happened.
So let's see. Yeah, Demolition Super Kick Socks. Interesting. They always tell you who's in the next month. They won't tell you what you're going to get, but they'll tell you the wrestlers. Next month's crate features trying out our first ever true mystery crate. You'll just have to wait and see. Happy holidays. So yeah, no spoilers at all, no hints. That'll be a fun one to open here. We will have no idea who will be in.
I'm going to say it's going to be New Japan theme because they're a big January 4th show.
Whoa. I'll be like, oh, man, I got a Kota Hamadashi hair shirt.
Wrestle Kingdom.
Yeah, fucking Tenanaki Nakahara wrestling figure.
Be better than Trish the comic books.
That's true. That's true.
Boy, Trish comic book.
Yeah, but it's all about Thanksgiving. Everyone loves Thanksgiving. And they love seeing her eating turkey with a guy and getting proposed to.
Well, you could keep it in the restroom, and if you have run out of toilet paper.
What? No way. I'm saving that for someone out there at Headyverse. You get $15. You can either get the Dusty Rhodes shirt or the comic book. $25, you'll get both, and a Royal Rumble number. Actually, if you get either or, you'll also get a Royal Rumble number. And I'll send it out. I can't send it out tomorrow. I'm going to Boston, but I'll send it out Thursday.
Patrick Howell's here.
I would sell it for 10, but the extra 5's for shipping because shipping is not cheap anymore.
Patrick Alley wants to know, does anyone on here think TNA will come to Bloomington, Illinois next year?
Plus they take 30% here. I'd basically I'd be selling to you for $7. I'd basically be selling it to you for nothing. 25 for both is done. Yeah, so you can either super chat or Venmo at Headyverse, and you get both and a Royal Rumble number. Or you can PayPal if you like PayPal. If you want PayPal, just let me know, and I'll send you the email address.
So it's spoken for Daniel Chad Whitehead. But yeah, just like that. Mm-hmm. You missed your opportunity if you're wanting it out there.
Yep. So either Venmo at Headyverse, Super Chat here, PayPal. I know I haven't I'm not sure which in your head email is with PayPal, but it'll be easier if you just do withoutyourhead@gmail.com. So you can PayPal withoutyourhead@gmail.com. I know I have one of the in your head ones with PayPal, but I'm not sure which one it is. I have two different. So you could do this one, or you can do my personal email address, which is njonesy1@msn.com. So either of those will work. Well, I don't know why that popped up twice. But. So either of those will work with the PayPal. All right, sure.
Oh, yeah.
So
Jackie Jones.
We may be going to HD here. I don't know. We'll see.
No. High definition.
All right, man. Anyone else would like to video into the show? Get a Rumble number, but we've got weeks, so you can do it in a future week, or you can super chat $5 or Venmo $5 and get yourself a number. All right, let's go over to these questions. What do you think?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
This just in, our boy Sean Green just posted this on the group. Exclusive, more details on QT Marshall's AEW departure.
Ooh. Spicy news right here.
This is from the WrestlePurist.com. QT Marshall announced on Monday evening that he will be leaving AEW, and we have some more details on the departure.
Wow.
As already reported by Dave Meltzer and Nick Hausman, we also confirmed with people in AEW that Marshall had desires to wrestle more in AEW and be seen as more of an in-ring performer rather than a backstage coach. But this was simply not going to happen. Not offyourhead@gmail.com. It's withoutyourhead@gmail.com. However, there is some more to it, Incher. According to people in AEW, there are mixed opinions and perspectives on how wrestling should be presented.
Well,
rid of these people that aren't on camera at the moment. Among some producers,
I'm here,
and key figures in AEW, QT Marshall himself was seen as one of the key voices championing a more entertainment-based approach to wrestling TV. We're told that Marshall leads on the character's entertainment approach and feels he could contribute on screen in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
It had been said by sources that Marshall was not a fan of some of the shifts in AEW creative and felt the company wasn't telling great stories the way it used to. In his view, putting a bunch of high-end, high-work rate matches with no story or build is being like New Japan Pro Wrestling. There's no imminent plans for AEW to become like New Japan. This is just how we are told Marshall left. I mean, it's not totally against what we've been saying, but also I do kind of think that's always been how AEW has been presented. Was the in-ring was, the main thing. I don't think that's necessarily been a change. In early days of AEW Collision, QT Marshall had made some appearances on the show in QTV segments. I bet that was on Rampage, actually.
Yeah, they had some QT Marshall, the news thing that they were doing or whatever. That was mostly Rampage. And they had John Morrison on that.
I actually thought those were entertaining, to be honest.
Johnny Elite, I thought he was pretty funny.
When they added Morrison, I actually thought it worked.
I thought Morrison was a great addition to it.
Yeah. However, QT's time on Collision did not last long. And according to people in AEW, CM Punk didn't want Marshall to be part of Collision and didn't see QT TV as a productive part of Powerhouse Hobbs' presentation. I will agree with that. I didn't think it was good for Hobbs to be part of it.
Yeah.
We said that on the show.
For Hobbs. No, I don't think it was a good fit either.
Tony Khan took the blame fall for the removal of QT TV segments, which ultimately damaged Khan's relationship with QT Marshall. The relationship was fractured, and Marshall felt that there was a lack of transparency in terms of the reasons why QTV segments were removed from Collision. He was of the belief that CM Punk removed him from the show and didn't believe Tony Khan when he took the fall. Well, that doesn't really say anything, honestly, because they're kind of saying that he removed him, but then he's saying that. So who knows if Punk did or not? But either way, that he was removed. We were also told that QT Marshall was well liked backstage by talent and staff in AEW. If that's all true, though, Punk's been fired and hasn't been there. You can't just keep using the Punk. You can't blame. Look, I just went over. I didn't like the Punk stuff, but you can't keep blaming Punk for everything when he's not even in the company.
Yeah, he's not there now, and
so
you were on Rampage. I mean,
right?
I know Rampage ain't the premier show for AEW anymore, but still, you had a
spot. What do you expect of the guy? I mean, the guy's not going to. He wasn't a star before Punk ever came to the company.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they pushed Ortiz and Santana's match to Rampage, and it's like,
is that Punk?
Those guys, if anybody has a right to be pissed, I would say those guys do.
Yeah.
But
where's the big Colt Cabana push? You can't keep blaming Punk for Colt Cabana not being on the show.
He's got to get into some shape.
I actually saw he's playing to be part of a new faction. That the Young Bucks are going to come back as Killing the Business, and it's going to be a heel faction, and it's going to be Young Bucks, Colt Cabana, and Brandon Cutler.
Bam.
Now, of all the guys in your company that are talented but don't get TV time, I wouldn't be like, we really need to get Brandon Cutler out there more often.
You think he's going to leave?
Brandon Cutler.
You think he's going to leave because of the creative direction of AEW?
He's like, I need to be a star.
Brandon Cutler, star or nothing. I'll go to WWE, and you guys can go F yourselves.
I'm just going to message. I don't see a message here from Daniel Chad Whitehead. Did you message me personally?
Brian Cutler.
But I think
if I'll say this, if Brian Cutler is just like the stooge of the group, you know what I mean? That's fine. That's fine. But if he's doing a lot of stuff, that's not really needed.
Do you think QT Marshall could be going to like WWE and he's going to have like a fight with Triple H behind the scenes, and then like he'll eventually come back to AEW and be like, I'm home, right here where I need to be, AEW television, home, CM Punk fun home.
I just messaged you, Daniel. So I'm not against you. I actually think the Young Bucks are better heels, and I kind of get a kick out of them calling themselves killing the business. I'm actually for all that. I don't really think Cole Cabana adds much today, but we'll see.
Could be the new big faction. You may have to eat those words.
I'll give it. If it's good, I'll say it's good. You know why?
You have to eat those words.
Because I'm the most honest man in podcasting. I'm not biased. I don't hold grudges. If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. And if whatever I think, I'll come on here and say, I'm not CM Punk. I'm not gonna trash something for 10 years. And then they pay me money like, I fucking love WWE. I should have never left here. It's my home. I love it. Yeah. No.
Jackie likes it. He really likes it.
Fucking CM Punk cock. Bruce Briscoe, how fast would Ryback say, feed me more dick?
You know, I should take more pleasure in this. I should be like, but I really do kind of feel bad for you, honestly. You see him cuck. You can't cuck it up anymore. He let you down. I apologize.
You can never deny that I'm the most honest man in podcasting anymore.
I don't know about that.
The most honest man in all the land, maybe even beyond podcasting. My honesty transcends podcasting.
What kind of claim is that?
Through like all the hills and valleys and forests and stuff.
Oh, he got it worked out. Thank you, my man, Daniel. I'm going to Boston tomorrow, but I will send that out to you on Thursday.
Sold. It's gone.
I might even throw a little extra in there or something for you.
Do you draw his number now?
Oh, yeah. Let's do the number. Good point.
You can draw his number right now. This is Daniel's number. Hope he gets a good one for ponying up.
Right? I should do this all the time, like so no one thinks
Shake the madness head. It's all about the madness. What mad number are you gonna get?
You're in the danger zone. Boom! Look at this. We're reaching in.
Oh yeah,
pulling out a number.
Oh, he's got a number in his hands. Oh, 27. That's a pretty good number. That's a good number. You made a smart choice there, Daniel Chad Whitehead. 27.
So I'm also going to do something here. This is tradition on the show, but I'm going to pick a number for my mom, but Incher, the number will then go back in here because someone will actually win the prize, but my mom will actually get a number to play along. You see what I'm saying? But if she wins, the Headyverse member will get the prize. All right? You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand.
I think me and you should also do the same. What do you think?
But shouldn't we do it at the end where we get all the numbers?
Well, my mom wanted me to pick one because she wanted to know. So I'll pick one for my mom, and then me and you will get one at the end after everyone else gets a number. Okay?
Okay. But she could be hurting herself. There's been some good numbers tonight.
All right, we'll do it. We'll at the end after we give out all the numbers, me, you, and my mom will get a number.
That's all I'm saying. It might mess it up for her because there has been some good numbers.
All right. And then I think it's extra luck because you're like me and Jack's mom, me and the Inchman, me and All right. I know Dobbs out there was upset because I said Nikhil could send in a video. Anyone out there, if you can't call live, if you're too cheap to send a super chat, you can send in a video.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want to be seen, I don't know. Send $5 or for Dobbs, you send in an audio. You got to do something. You can't just say, give me a fucking number.
What's going to happen if he gets seen, though? I mean, really, what's going to happen?
I've seen the man.
Jack knows what you look like.
Yeah, or you can wear a mask. You can,
wear a mask or put some pantyhose on your head. That'd be awesome. Like the old school criminals with the pantyhose on their head.
We haven't given out any single digit numbers. Interesting. 1 through 12. No one's got a number 1 through 12 yet.
Bruce has got him a camera.
Did I give you a number? Yeah, I gave you a number, Bruce. All right. But you got weeks. I know Jackson's going to zoom in at some point. Go 13. He's going to get off his lazy ass and get on here. But you got a few weeks to do it. Don't have to be all tonight. GoPro. I have a GoPro a friend sent me. I've never used it. I need to set it up and video me just wandering around town. Boom. You show your naughty bits with that?
Oh,
I try not to film those. Those are for the ladies. Those are for like personal viewing. Yeah.
All right. So Bruce Briscoe. How fast would Ryback say feed me more to Triple H if they hired him back? Oh, he'd cuck it up.
Oh,
you know what? You think, Triple H, it's different now. They're not as petty now since Vince isn't there. But boom! Soon as Punk comes back, he's like, you gotta cock it up on TV, bitch. Just like my daddy-in-law likes.
Cock it up.
That's all right. You got a number anyway, Daniel. Don't worry about it. That's all right. Ready, you're a good man. QT Marshall is leaving. What are your favorite AEW memories of QT Marshall? That's from Nikhil. I think it's really just one long memory of his entire run. From beginning to end, every appearance was pure gold. QT Marshall, he did actually have a good match, him and Dustin. I actually liked him when he first came in, and it was before he got the hair transplant, and he was real balding, and he looked like a real bum, but like he was doing like great moves, and I kind of liked that gimmick where he looked like this real just schlub, but like he was like doing really good matches. That was when he was tagging with Dustin.
Yeah, I don't remember him without no hair.
And then I liked him when he was managing, and he would just walk out there with like the bowling shirt on or a polo, and just looked like he was like the king shit. And I remember seeing him live, and I was impressed because he was managing like these total losers, and he was getting heat. People getting to say fuck QT, and I was like, hot damn, QT Marshall is getting some heat. This fucking guy. So I'm like, hell yeah, way to go, QT.
I think I don't know. QT TV is probably my favorite.
I don't know how you can even pick one moment, though, really.
It is hard to pick just
one moment in hours. That'd be like, what is your favorite in your head moment? And people, their head would just explode. It's like, what the hell? How can I pick one moment out of 87,000 hours of pure shit? I mean, pure amazement.
Oh, amazement, yeah.
Nikia wants to know, AEW's completely lost its identity, and it's a shame. Do you agree? In some aspects, but
I mean, it's going to take them a while to rebound. I mean, this definitely does hurt them. I mean,
you can't. You always have to advance your show. Like you can't stay with like the same people forever. And you have to mix them into, or else it just gets stale. So there are stuff that I really like in AEW. I know I've been a lot of criticisms, but I think the MJF stuff's been great. I like everyone going for him as the champion. I like Roderick Strong. I never really thought I'd dig him. There's a lot of stuff I actually really like in the company. But it's a real shame that MJF did that elbow drop. tore his labrum. I heard Meltzer say that he won't be able to like weight train for at least a year.
Oh my goodness.
And he's not going to take any time off. I really think he's like shortened his career from that one dumb move. He's a young guy, and the thing is, he's a guy who doesn't need. He even said this. He's made fun of people doing these big moves. He's a guy who got body slam over, the double clothesline over, the kangaroo kick over. So he's the last guy that needs to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not like a guy like Darby Allin, who I'm a big fan of, but he's like 160 pounds, so he has to do stuff like that. MJF has the crowd in the palm of his hands from his promo and his charisma. He doesn't have to do that stuff.
Yeah, and I wish he would have thought of something else than to actually do the move from the top rope. I mean, because that was a hell of a drop. I mean, and nothing to really break your fall. And so my cameras have been screwing up.
Yeah, I noticed that. Where did you send that? Anyway, my boy here, Dave says he sent $5. I'm not sure where, but I will take his word for it. I don't think he would lie.
Nah, he seems pretty honest. We're going off the honest code, like the eggs in your neighborhood. So we can take this number back.
You're really dumbfounded by honesty, aren't you? It's like a really foreign like idea to you that anyone would be honest.
I'm just saying, if somebody set eggs out in our neighborhood and then it was like, pay me $5 for the eggs and you can have them.
That's not a knock where I live. That's more of a knock in your community. That like you're in a place full of derelicts and charlatans and liars and thieves.
Well, I don't live on Cape Cod. Sorry.
Sorry. Damn luck, Dave Deadman. Oh, first one to get
10. That's 10. Or is that 0-1?
Yes, 10.
It's 10.
Yeah, the perfect 10, Dave Deadman. Dave Dead Man.
He says PayPal. He sent it to you on PayPal.
Okay.
And I'm sure he did.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not a word.
But yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens on Dynamite tomorrow, because I'm sure they might have some sort of retort or some sort of I don't know. They may have like a new big hiring. You never know. I mean, Mercedes Monet's out there. Maybe they'll bring her out. Maybe they'll hire Ronda Rousey full time. Maybe they'll just put on a damn good show.
Yeah.
Damn good show.
Damn. By the way, it's time once again, entered by all these nice people helping out the show. Give a shout out to our Headyverse members, Hall of Famer Steven Simmons. Maccabee, yeah. Oh, Maccabee, yeah. That's the Mikey B dance, the Mikey B shuffle. Vic Schiavone, hey, I sleep with the fishes. That's racist. Dad Pool on YouTube. Daddy Pool. Daddy Pool. Yeah. I like all my songs have the same rhythm. The Geek Get Away.
Tony TGD.
Got to get away.
I gotta get away.
Craig Jolly. Stephen Bootlaws report. Tech Dingoes. Dingoes took my baby.
I always imagine like these dingoes that are like all like almost like they've been taken over by the Borg or something.
I like it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Like cameras on their heads with like one eye with a camera.
Tech Dingo.
JoJo Brown, your life is calling. Johnny Brown, Joby Jobs. Booyah!
Boyaka.
The man with a broken leg. He is a Headyverse member with a broken freaking leg. Anastasio Theodosiadios. If you're spilling his cock out in Brooklyn. I was in Brooklyn and I did not smell the man's cock.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. That was just the river.
Travis Sandal.
What's up, Travis?
And our producers, Brian Matthew Clutter. Ha! Cutting with the clutter. El Santos World. Orale, arriba, El Santo.
He does some good paintings on his Facebook channel.
Yeah,
YouTube.
we post some here. Good man. And our newest producer, Sean Green. Come on down. You probably no. Actually, I thought Brooklyn, actually, where we were, was very clean. Actually, thought it was very nice. All right, I thought it was cleaner than Boston.
Yeah.
Where we stayed in New Jersey was a dump, though. That was real dump. WWE, the last time CM Punk was on Monday Night Raw, the Yes movement was heating up. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, by the way, I saw this thing enter. They had a committee when they put together a committee when they fired Punk. And part of the committee was Daniel Bryan. And I saw everyone like, just rallying against AEW for this. And I don't see why this is a bad thing. I actually think that's something they probably should do more of, is get the advice of veteran wrestlers. So Tony Khan got a group of people and like, what should we do, after, the stuff that he did with, for the year and then the punch or whatever he did with Jungle Boy. Or whatever he did.
That sounded like something dirty.
Yeah, I don't know what. Some people said he grabbed. I don't know. Whatever happened, the physical altercation with Jungle Boy, and so he got a group of people and said, "What should I do?" And I don't think this is a negative at all. I think that's actually a good thing. Instead of just him doing whatever he wanted to do, he asked the advice of veteran wrestlers who have more experience than him. So I actually don't think that's a reason to attack Tony Khan or AEW. I think that's the right thing. The Shield
and Bryan Danielson was on the committee.
Yeah, and Bryan Danielson he said, even though he's friends and has history with Punk, he voted to that you had to get rid of him. And I think that's I don't see anything. I think that's good of him, because he's like, yeah, I'm friends with him and everything. But you can't, you can't do this. I understand. The Shield was still together. Kane was full-time.
Kane.
The Streak was still alive. AJ Styles was in Impact. I saw a report that they say AJ wants out of WWE. It's on Sportskeeda, so I don't necessarily believe anything they post, but I do think he's done really nothing of note since the WrestleMania match with Undertaker, and I do think a change of scenarios would be good for him.
Yeah, I do too. I think if he would switch it up and go somewhere else, it could do good for his career, because he's really in that WWE funk where they're just like got nothing for him, and it's hard to get out of that, how the fans are perceiving him as like just this guy. It really doesn't matter what he's doing.
It's weird. I only watch pay-per-views, and I can't remember the last time I've even seen him.
Yeah, it's been a while. I know he had he was teaming up with the Good Brothers, and then they added Michin, who is Mia Yim or whatever, Keith Lee's old lady, and that wasn't. It hasn't.
That
been
sounds
very
fucking awful.
Yeah, it's not good at all.
I agree. AJ needs. I think it would be good for both AEW and AJ. He'd have a bunch of dream matches. AJ versus Kenny Omega, Daniel Bryan. I don't know if did they wrestle ever in WWE, but there's all the guys, MJF, Mike, Adam Cole. Leave the dangly boys behind. Yeah, don't bring the fucking Good Brothers in. Good Lord.
Where are they going to go though? They're not going to stay with WWE. I mean, they're going to get rid of them.
It's weird. I always hear a lot about LA Knight. I barely ever see him either. And the time I did see him, I did think, oh, this guy's a lot. But I watched Survivor. He wasn't on Survivor Series at all.
He's a SmackDown guy for the most part, but
Survivor Series was all brands, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I read a comment about Triple H saying like he's an older guy and they don't, which I think is stupid. I think
you would have been better off having LA Knight beat someone than having that Dragon Lee match.
Yeah, really. And like DDP started later on, and he was like 42 or something when he
Triple H was in his 40s and being world champ and stuff.
So yeah, I don't see why they can't give him some sort of a run. It's not like he's just going to fall apart instantly. He hasn't shown that he was injury prone to this point. I mean,
no, and no one watched. When you see him, do you think, "Oh, look at this old man"? To me, that's all that matters.
He looks like he's still put together, and I don't know why they're getting cold feet on it. It seems stupid to me, but
it's really dumb because it's like, they're missing the boat on him.
Super over. I mean, I thought it was dumb they had him face Roman at the Blood Money show, but that's what they did. I didn't watch it because I got disgusted with watching all the propaganda that they had on that show for freaking Saudi Arabia. Those shows are hard to stomach.
Yeah, I don't even watch it.
Yeah. And like we're still hearing about the WWE experience, and it's like, good God, that's such a slap in the face. It's like there's no family in the United States of America who's going to be like, let's just drop what we're doing and go to Saudi Arabia so we can go to the WWE experience.
That'd be sweet.
Like, there's absolutely nothing to do after you do that. Like, what are you going to do? Just sit in your hotel room or go to the WWE experience again? I mean,
man,
that's such a, it's like, you guys made your money here, made your company here. You're taking your Hall of Fame to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, wow. So that's the physical Hall of Fame, basically?
Yeah, they're going to make it in Saudi Arabia.
That's fucking, everyone's always like, there's no real Hall of Fame, so it's like, doesn't matter. So that's where they put it. That's awesome.
I guess that's what they had that show for, where they're gathering up all the memorabilia. They're taking it to Saudi Arabia. So you guys gave your memorabilia up so it can go be displayed in Saudi Arabia. They might as well have it in Antarctica. I mean, just put it over there.
Well, the climate in both places is really good for preserving things. So you're right. Both places are really good for that.
Come to the WWE experience in Antarctica.
Try.
I have a big announcement. 2024 is the 20th year of In Your Head. 20 years into 2 decades. And to celebrate that, I'd like to go back to the history of In Your Head. One of the things is I was looking at some of our former guests on the show, some of our favorites. Unfortunately, a lot of the original guests that people really remember have passed away, like New Jack. I think huge part of the show. Terry Funk, obviously, Paul Bearer, a lot of the original Harley Race. But I've reached out to a few people that I know are fan favorites and favorites of ours. And so I have 2 people I can announce will be on in early 2024. And that is the return of Big Mama. In Your Head. And arguably the greatest interviews in the history of In Your Head. The return of the last wrestler, my friend, interest friend, the Headyverse legend, George South.
Heck yeah.
Returning
Oh,
In
yeah.
Your Head for our 20th year.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
George is going to be back on. Big Mama.
It'll be very fun. So I'm going to reach out to some other fan favorites. If you have any suggestions out there, let me know. Also, I'm going to try to put up some more clips. I've been putting up some clips on Without Your Head. I want to do some for In Your Head. So if you have any favorite interview segments, if you can, you don't have to cut them out. You can just send me the time codes and I'll cut them out. Or segments on the show, like just funny bits, like, probably like 5-minute clips, maybe under 10 minutes, and send them to me. And if you don't want to take the time to cut them out, that's totally fine. Just send me the rough time cue, the episode and the time cue. So, and if you're watching for now on the new shows, also send me some time cues for stuff you like. Something that would either be funny, newsworthy, entertaining in some way that would entice people to listen. They listen to it and like, hey, I want to check out this show. So
where should people send it to? Just like Facebook?
Oh, you can message. Thank you for Bruce. You can either message me on Facebook or email iyhwrestling@gmail.com.
Mm-hmm.
Or jackinyourhead@gmail.com. I'll get both of them.
Don't just post 30 on the on the In Your Head fan site, or you might get limited posts for the next month. Just don't post them all to the website all at once. That's all I'm saying.
I don't agree with this. My problem with Danielson being on the disciplinary committee is that he's still an active wrestler, so meets the conflict of interest. I don't agree with that. Like, Danielson to me is the kind of guy, like, we got to get rid of him because that's going to, make me a better position, especially when the guy is like winding down his career.
Yeah.
I think it's actually good to ask current guys because he would probably know more about the locker room. I think that's actually a perfect guy, to be honest, because it's a guy with history, a guy that is pretty well respected by everyone. No one says, oh, you can't trust that guy, and is in the locker room. So I think actually I don't really see any. I think that's a perfect guy to actually be part of a good bridge between old school wrestling and modern wrestling too.
Patrick Howell's going down and saying CM Punk will win the Rumble. That's who Patrick Howell's saying.
We'll see. I would 100% buy a new Jack 8-bit shirt. Maybe I will work on that. Just don't tell anybody. CM Punk returned to wrestling. By the way, I have been selling the Cody Sucks egg shirt.
Maybe
so whoever's been buying them and gets them, take a picture and send them in.
Oh yeah.
We get a whole $2 on each sale. But it's cool. I just like that people have them and can wear them around. CM Punk returned to wrestling, had a multi-year run in AEW, became a world champion again after almost a decade, had backstage issues and multiple suspensions and falling outs. Was fired from AEW and then returned to WWE. Roman Reigns' current title reign started before all that. Interesting. What are your thoughts? Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I do think that's like that's a real that's a real program, a money-making program. Possibly the biggest match you could do, I think. Punk and Reigns.
Should I make like everybody is somebody in looking back in your head?
Do it.
That shirt. Would that shirt?
Do
really
it. Do it. What are some? We made the I broke Job's leg. Sure. And what are some other old wrestling shirts before, like people put just like the ones that just had like words on them? USSR, like that's all the Russians used to always wear red shirts with USSR. I probably shouldn't sell those today. People are like, what the fuck you doing?
No, that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. I had to think about that.
Yeah.
The Cody sucks eggs was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see here. Where am I? Of course. Yeah, we did that. According to people in AEW, nothing to kill. These are all good questions, but it's all stuff we've gone over. It's Punk and the QT Marshall. The committee. I bought AEW All-In tickets. I'm floor seats, but not as close as last year, and won't be on TV. They cost $142.50. And I saw that the prices are more this year, which I was very surprised at because in theory, the first year there's more interest just because it's the first time ever there. The second time, hopefully people are still interested, but I think putting the prices up, I don't know if that's a wise idea.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't have done that. Because, like you say, the attendance might not be as well as what it was last year.
And it's a bad look. I mean, even I think it's understandable if you don't have as many people there, but it'll be a bad look if it's significantly less.
Mm-hmm.
On this day in 2014, WWE SmackDown TV airs Big E, Kofi Kingston, and Xavier Woods make their WWE debut as New Day. That is very weird. I did not read that before picking out my clothes for this evening.
New Day. Boy, did they suck when they first brought them out.
Oh yeah. I'm swiveling my hips here.
They were just like a band of church-going fellows or something.
I love those three guys. They took something so awful, flipped it around, and made it amazing.
Yeah. The New Day was spawned from something terrible, so definitely a Vince McMahon idea on that one.
Today would have been the 74th birthday of Marshall Aaron Mayer, best known to wrestling fans as Lee Marshall, R.I.P. My favorite memories of Lee Marshall?
Oh, the hotline, of course.
Of course. Oh, just like he was always like this really bad weasel joke in him. Dixie Carter was backstage with Raw. What was her downfall and reasons why she failed in TNA? I just don't think she understood the wrestling business.
Yeah, and I think screwing up the Spike deal was not good.
Yeah, and really just the love of Vince Russo for some reason.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I didn't get why she was so in love with Vince Russo.
Bruce, you think you can work your way in? Maybe be like Dixie's boy toy? Get in your head some kind of deal?
I'll try. I'm looking for some kind of cougar MILF kind of situation.
We're gonna put Bruce to work.
He's like our mole for Dixie Carter. He just gets in there and gives us all the Dixie dirt.
Exactly.
As long as I get all the money, then I'm fine with it.
Well, it's gonna help out the show.
Oh, we'll funnel some money to the show. There we go. Yeah,
you might get 5%. I think that's the fair.
I mean, maybe I can get
whatever you guys need. Yeah.
Dixie wishes she comments a lot of my stuff.
So. Maybe it's you.
I asked her for interviews. She never answers them, but she is very nice to me and talks to me.
She'd be like, Dixie girl, when you gonna give me that interview? Yeah. You've been hard up with that interview. I need a little of that interview, Dixie. Yeah, let me just get a little of that interview.
I should let her know next year, the 20th year. Perfect time.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You should.
Let me hit some interviews.
Like some dude on there will bang you and then become your boy toy. And
boom, Jackie Jones.
Yeah.
Lover boy Jackie Jones intro.
She could get it in your head sandwich. Yeah.
Gigolo Jackie Jones.
Yeah, I got the bread and shit. All kinds of bread.
We got
it would be great for the show.
Yeah. Then Vince Russo.
What's the sexy name for
get
Vince
involved?
Well, he used to be the Hillbilly Heartthrob. Gigolo
right.
Jackie Jones and the Hillbilly Heartthrob.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Stop treating that interview like it's your golden goose. Let me get a gander. Oh yeah.
Friendly reminder that all CM Punk's issues with Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, and Hangman Page stem from his issues with Cole Cabana, which only exist due to WWE suing them after he went on his podcast and talked about how they nearly killed him, fired him on his wedding day, and how much he hated his entire time there. So naturally, he fought the Elite and their friend Jack Perry and went back to work for Triple H and Vince McMahon because that makes sense.
It was all planned. That was in the plan all along. They knew it'd all work out like this. They're like, now you're back.
And if that stuff was true, where he wouldn't even shake Regal's hand because he said he was I don't really buy that. But if it's true, like all this is so like insane. Like, fuck this guy's just a WWE stooge. Hey, I'm back. Here's my home. Love it.
I'll shake everybody's hand, but not that guy's hand.
Cody Rhodes has announced he is entering into the Rumble.
Maybe that's why Daniel Bryan said fire him.
Fire his ass.
That Regal was his main trainer and everything. That was his mentor.
Oh my God! Enter this next question.
Hit me.
Not his question. It's the actual fact of it. Being the Dark Order launches on BTE YouTube following reports that the show is done forever. So Being the Elite has now become Being the Dark Order.
I don't care.
As much as I never care about Being the Elite, I care way less about Being the Dark Order. And the Dark Order for the love of God! Fuck the Dark Order.
I may have to just watch it just to troll you. I'll come on with the Being the Dark Order report.
Dark Order, for fuck's sake. Have you seen the 2000 American science fiction horror film Hollow Man, starring Kevin Bacon?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it. Any memories? My only memory is that I saw it, but I really have no memories or thoughts about the movie. I don't think it was particularly good, but I don't know. I can't remember.
I heard about it. I never watched it.
It was
probably
like the modern day Invisible Man.
Yeah, wasn't he like fondling the girl's breast like while he was like invisible?
That's what Inch remembers.
Yeah, the Yeah. And then they threw paint on him or something, or was that the Invisible Man? Or
I remember the Chevy Chase one where he was like the Invisible Man.
The Chevy Chase one.
Memoirs of Invisible Man.
Yeah, that one was bad.
Are you a fan of the 1996 film Twister?
That was filmed where I was growing up at the time.
Really?
Yeah, in Iowa. Yeah.
Starring Sean Whalen from People Under the Stairs. Multiple time guest on Without Your Head.
I think I've seen it all the way through. It's an all right movie, I guess.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not like
it's like Bill Paxton.
Yeah, I'm not a big lover of disaster films, so I mean it's fine. I guess.
I liked it all right.
Fucking loved it. Twister, yeah, fucking Twister.
I know the pinball machine like ripped off like the whirlwind machine basically, and it's like really similar.
Pinball wizard, there has to be a twist.
Like Whirlwind was released as like a Storm Hunter.
Deaf, dumb, and blind and sure plays a mean pinball.
So it's funny that the Twister had like a fan.
How do you think he does it? I don't know what makes Intra so good.
Can't hear no distractions or bells. Something.
Can't hear no distractions. I forget the rest of this stuff.
He plays by sense of smell, which is like impossible.
That's pretty.
Like taste
Lex
is
Marsh
like
could be evil Uncle Ernie.
Isn't taste like
fiddle about? Do.
If we did it without your head, Tommy, Lexar's evil Uncle Ernie.
Yeah. That movie scarred me, yeah, like as a kid. And it was all in the 70s, so there was like absolutely nothing to do. It was like people running around in gravel, just like fucking around, not doing anything. It reminded me of the early 80s when I was alive.
I watched it a lot when I was a kid because my brother was a big Phew fan.
Yeah, but I was like, what the fuck's going on? It scared me because like there was no sound in half of it and like just like a ringing, and I was a kid and I was like, what the fuck? I like pinball, but not this movie.
Entrance gonna be Tommy in our presentation of the film.
No.
You're the pinball wizard. Oh, I guess maybe you'll be the Elton John character.
Yeah.
Who would be our Tommy?
Did you hear the story where he like Rob Stewart? He kind of pulled a Jackie Jones. Like Rob Stewart asked Elton John. He was like, "They're offering me this movie to be in Pinball Wizard," and he told him what part. And Elton John was like, "No, don't do that. It doesn't sound good for you." And then Elton John took the role.
How is that me? When did I do this?
Because you said you weren't Jackie Jones, and then like I went and talked to you about like whether I should continue doing the show, and you're like, "Yeah, man, you should do it."
Yeah, for people who don't know, I don't know Bruce. So when we started the show, Intra and I were friends as my other name was Humongous.
Mm-hmm.
And Jackie wasn't Jackie Jones, was jacking off, and he was like a troll. So we were all on this message board. I had two names. Intra and I used to talk on Messenger, MSN Messenger. And then he found out my real name was Neil Jones Humongous. Jacking off was a totally different character. And we started In Your Head as like a joke or whatever. So the first several, probably like the first 6 episodes, it was a little while before he knew. And I never told him we were the same guy. And Incher asked Neil Jones, not knowing that Neil is Jack, if he should continue doing the show. And I, as Neil, was like, yeah, you should keep doing the show. You guys have a lot of chemistry together. And I think that's cool. I don't see why it's weird.
It's kind of like a spider talking to the fly in his web kind of thing.
He's grooming me to do this show.
Kind of like, yeah.
So it's always going back to me wanting to rape Incher.
One of these days.
I think I was just being encouraging.
In your book.
But I'll work out. And then so Bruce, we were talking on Skype, and my old computer used to boot up and it would say, oh, welcome Neil Jones or whatever. And so it did that, and it was like, why did your computer say Neil Jones? And I was like, oh, I live with him. I sleep on the couch.
Yeah, I didn't buy that one.
Oh, shit.
I told him I was like a stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So you got totally busted? Like live?
No,
it wasn't live on the show.
No, I mean just like in person. Yeah.
Well, he booted up his AOL Messenger and it was like, hello, you. I was like, why'd you your email just say Neil? That's the biggest boomer move ever.
The first person to say it on the show though was I actually always thought it was oh no, it was him. It was the Phantom. The Phantom was the first one. Because when I was editing the Ron Heck show, he calls me Neil, but that actually was after the Phantom show. All right. It's weird because he called me Neil on the show, but whenever I'm with Ron in real life, he always calls me Jack. Which is very weird. And I've known him before in your head or anything. Mm-hmm. You call me Jack usually in real life too.
I think I call you Neil too.
Yeah, but I call you Intra probably in real life. I don't think I ever call you John.
No, I called you.
You usually just call me fucking asshole.
Hey, fucking asshole, get over here. We're going to go get something to eat, you fucking asshole. And you're eating McDonald's. How do you like that, fucking asshole?
My supermarket sells giant 20 packs of chicken nuggets for $5 now. They do look good, I'll have to say.
Now, my true question is,
Real
did you get a
big ones
McRib
like
yet?
big. No, my McDonald's. I actually like a McRib. I'll be honest, but my McDonald's. I know there's limited areas in mine that not have the McRib. I don't think it's anywhere else.
Have you had?
I saw the sign.
I saw the sign. It opened up my eyes. I saw the sign.
Yeah, Ace of Base. They're good.
Demanding without understanding.
They're like the 90s, like ABBA, kind of. They reminded me like of the 90s ABBA.
It's a good comparison.
Yeah. But no, I haven't had the McRib, but I do like McRibs a lot.
I like them too.
Like, I was born on St. Patrick's Day, so I'm kind of locked into McDonald's holiday foods, like special foods, because of the Shamrock Shake.
I used to really like it. It's just too much sugar for me now, but
yeah,
not to be a loser, but.
And now they got Grimace's birthday, so it's like all fucked up now.
I'm gonna look. I have the McDonald's app on my phone. I have like apps everywhere because you do get good deals with these apps.
Yeah, you do.
Like
yeah,
2 for $1 sandwiches all the time, and I use this almost every week when I'm always at McDonald's. It's at the bus station I use, and they always have a deal, 99-cent any size coffee. And
that's good.
So anyway, let me look here. Let me see if they have the McRib.
McRib.
Do you guys have any
order? And it's like it's not open. I know it's that my McDonald's used to be 24 hours forever. And
yeah,
during the pandemic, it and then you think it would reopen, it would go back to normal times, but it never did.
Yeah,
they don't have to pay people as much. They don't have to pay the people.
And it sucks though because it's at a bus station, so you would think like they would want to keep it open. It's at a bus station, right next to a bridge, so like it's next to a very active place, and it's the last like stop before till you get the Cape. It's that and a gas station and a convenience store, and all of it used to be 24 hours, and none of it is anymore. It's very weird because I don't know, like you couldn't even get like trucks go by there a lot and stuff. So I don't know what you do. Like there's no place to get gas or stop and get like anything in a convenience store or anything. Of course, it's just showing me the breakfast menu. I know this is riveting stuff, but
did you guys have anything interesting for like Thanksgiving, like the family special recipe thing? What's your guys's?
I made Cornish hens. I know Intra's very anti-Cornish hens, but I made Cornish hens, stuffing, cranberry sauce, and corn. That's all the stuff my mom wanted.
You have to eat a bigger bird for Thanksgiving.
We each had our individual Cornish hens. So we each had our own bird. I ate the whole thing. I just put the whole thing in my mouth, ate the bone. No, but I did eat the whole Cornish hen. It's not very good.
Probably the only thing that I know is like a specialty for my family is the oyster dressing, where you use oysters and you make dressing balls. Have you ever heard of that?
My grandma used to.
Oh, dressing. Yeah. Were they like smoked oysters or like fresh oysters?
You get the fresh oysters and you bake them with it. And
yummy.
It's weird because your mom doesn't like seafood, but I know my it's an old thing. Like my grandmother was from Pennsylvania. She used to eat the oyster.
I think it's a thing that's been passed down in the family. I think it is like an Irish kind of thing or something. Maybe.
We used to make turkey, but like my whole family get together with me, my uncles and my grandma, and my grandfather, and all. But now it's just like me and my mom and my brother. Neither of them like turkey, so like, there's no real point in me making turkey.
How could you not like turkey?
I like turkey. I'm a turkey fan, but if I make it, like, I can't eat a whole turkey. So, one year I just got a turkey breast and made it for me, and ate at it for a while. But I can't eat a whole turkey. Sometimes we get ham, but I do like the Cornish hens. Even if Fincher hates Cornish hens.
I've never really had one, I don't think, but I'd probably like it if I had one.
Yeah. My sister is a cook, and I asked her if a Cornish hen was like a thing or if it's just a small chicken. It's just a small chicken. No, they just kill them young.
It's a breed of
chicken. Yeah. They're fake Cornish henning it up here.
You're eating a baby chicken, Jack? Is that what you're doing?
I like babies.
Baby chicken?
We need a Whoopa Whoopa shirt. I like this idea, El Santos World. Nice shirt goes, oh, Whoopa 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 Whoopa. That would be just like this on the shirt. It's like the hand like this and the finger going in. It says Whoopa Whoopa Whoopa. I like it. It would be, it's like our scissor.
Mm-hmm.
Whoopa Whoopa me, daddy.
So you could do an 8-bit Whoopa Whoopa.
Whoopa Whoopa, docking shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna start making these. Everyone would wear a docking shirt around town. Dock me, daddy! Yeah! We're doing the docking. Woo! Yeah!
Yeah.
We're still on Nikhil's questions. Tony Khan chose Cole Cabana, Jack Perry, and Brantley Cutler over CM Punk. Crazy. Not really a question, just a comment. John Moxley talks the future of AEW. We should always be thinking about what we can deliver that nobody else can. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dave Deadman. Yeah, could rip off a Rock shirt and just say Doc. If you smell what the Doc is docking.
Didn't Ole Anderson have a shirt that just said The Rock?
He was The Rock before The Rock. And so was it Morocco, Don The Rock Morocco. Marky B, Marky B. Oh no, 4 hours. It came in too late, almost at the end. We're asking questions. Still time if you would like to video in to get a Royal Rumble number, or you can super chat $5 or PayPal $5 or Venmo $5, and you'll get a Royal Rumble number. I just booked my tickets for Philadelphia WrestleMania. Man, Nikhil's is a man about town. He's flying all around.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at this, Incher. Are you going to buy this? Are you going to wear this? Are you going to love this? I'm loving it, baby. Look at that. The TNA Wrestling says, we're fucking back. Yeah!
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Are they giving
That's pretty cool.
For the low cost of $24.99.
No.
The hell?
I'm not buying it.
Not buying it.
They sell it up to $3. And you can look, though, you can get the look, Incher. But look at this. You can either get we're fucking back in red or we're fucking back in yellow. Yeah! Ha, ha, ha! Take my money.
I think I like the yellow. I like the yellow better, I think.
Yeah.
Gonna go to the top now that they're TNA wrestling. Tits and asses back.
That reminds me of like Hulk Hogan, so I hope they don't bring Hulk Hogan back. That think
hopefully
next
to a mountain. I'm jumping down with the edge of my hand.
Man, that's awesome.
How does Incher get such a sound out of a snowball?
You just plug it in and use it, I guess. My snowball.
You ever plug a snowball up your booty hole?
No.
That'd be cold.
The hell's the matter with you?
Lexa wants to know the footage of CM Punk. We see those. So much of this stuff we've already gone over. MJF is torn his labrum, but expected to wrestle Samoa Joe at World's End. Pay-per-view, is this a good idea? Nope. We should have brought this up. This is a good topic, Lexar. Sonny, Tammy Sitch sentenced to 17 years in prison with 8 years after that of probation. She's going to be, near 70 when she's out. It's a long time. But I feel bad that all this ever happened, but I don't necessarily feel bad for the verdict because she, killed the man, innocent man, and better today than to get behind the wheel if you're under the influence. And there's no excuse for it anymore with all the rideshare apps, Uber, Lyft.
Yeah.
There's no reason for the step. It's not like it was an accident where she just was in a car accident. You know what I mean?
No. I mean, and several times they told her not to drive and everything. So.
Yeah.
I think the sentencing seems just to me. I mean,
17 years.
She'd probably be like in her 70s when she gets out.
Yeah, almost 70, I think. Not quite 70, but
yeah. So it's a shame it had to come down to that, though. Just
it's a real tragic tale. The tale of Tammy Sitch and Candido.
Mm-hmm.
There's a rumor about a Taylor Swift themed cruise sent to launch in 2024. However, Taylor won't be on the cruise to perform. Instead, it'll be filled with karaoke, guess the lyrics, and Taylor Swift trivia games. And a Taylor Swift look. Why do we give a fuck about this, Lexar? None of us are Taylor Swift fans. None of us give a shit. Lexar has Jack does certain things backwards. The sentence doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, he probably wrote the sentence backwards, and that's why it sounds weird.
Jack, do you do things backwards? Is that what he's asking?
As Jack does certain things backwards. The sentence format is fucked. But
I'm still not sure what he's
even asking. On to decipher questions.
He's probably sleeping right now.
Well, he always hangs up on us before we get to him.
Dave Deadman says, I would rather gnaw off my own dick than be on a Taylor Swift karaoke cruise. That's never been in a Saw movie yet. It's like, the choice is yours. You have to bite off your own penis or die. That would be a good one.
Yeah, people snapping their spines trying to bite their penis off.
Yeah.
Whoa. The Pafo gone wrong.
Exactly. They're gone right if you're a fucking maniac. Jackie Jones will be going on to an Eras tour. No, I'm not doing that.
I think that's a Taylor Swift thing.
Yeah, I don't think a cruise sounds up my alley, especially a Taylor Swift one.
I hear she used to babysit Jeff Jarrett's kids, so they say.
Whoa!
Now I'm going on the cruise.
Now you're going. She's friends with Jeff Jarrett.
Lexar wants to know, what kind of tricks does Incher's penis do?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Probably does. Are there more barns or trees? He wants to know if there are more barns or trees in West Virginia.
I would say trees. We have mountains and stuff, and there's a lot of trees.
He has the record now for the absolute worst questions ever in the history of the show.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. I can't defend you at this point, Lexar. I can't defend you.
What's Incher's favorite Jeff Foxworthy joke?
I have Jeff Foxworthy jokes. I have like tapes and shit.
I really like the one where he goes, "You might be a redneck if."
I have a redneck joke. I don't know if he said it or I made it up, but
Mark,
you want to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it. And Mark wants to know if Incher can swing from trees with his penis.
Wow.
He's like Tarzan. That'd be pretty rock.
No, but
let's hear the joke, Bruce. Bruce.
Okay.
Bruce.
Okay. You know you're a redneck if your gun rack has a gun rack on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
I can't think of any. You might be a redneck jokes.
You might be a redneck, yeah.
I do have a CD of redneck jokes, but one of the old redneck tapes. Hell yeah.
Mark.
I mean, I know I've heard them, but it's been forever since I've heard them. I don't know.
He says, I can't say it's the best. I can't say it's great. I can't even say it's good, but I can definitely, confidently say that In Your Head has officially outlasted every podcast I've ever listened to.
We're here to stay.
Mm-hmm. That's what we believe in. We don't care if it's good, bad, or indifferent, but as long as we exist.
As long as we're here, just
he didn't add
whatever we do.
What? These questions don't even make sense. Are you a rebellious student in high school? Yes, Lexar. I'm 47 in high school and very rebellious. And Incher he's the 40-year-old high schooler.
So I guess he's asking, were we a rebellious student when we were in high school?
No, I was not.
No, I wasn't either.
I'm more rebellious now.
I never got called to the principal's office or anything like that. Or
I once killed a kid.
Never late to class. I'm just, no fights.
I was in chess club and the honor roll.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a fucking dumbass. But what do you think about when you're working?
What do I think about when I'm working?
I just think of the Headyverse. God damn it, I can't wait to get back to the Headyverse. I need Dr. John Reddy, Bruce the Inchman, Vic Schiavone. Where the hell is Jonathan Jackson? How about my boy Marky B and Patrick Howell, Tony Obastaz? Even that dumbass Lexar. That's all I think about. Anastasio Theodosiades, Juju of the Bees, President Clinton, the ultimate beef. Go 13, body of the beautiful people. Tommy Doom up in the heavens.
Think about them all.
Jimmy Jam up in the heavens. And then I thank the Lord that the fucking Swax doesn't zoom in anymore. But everyone else I love. Well, maybe not. Maybe not Miss Dustin.
Mark B said, wait, didn't Incher make a classmate poop their pants in the hallway or something like that?
I remember, yeah. At gunpoint, he pulled out his shotgun.
I was like, poop your pants!
Poop your pants!
No, that never happened. It just a person pooped their pants and it just was in the hallway.
I like that you made him do it. Now, did you make him do it at gunpoint, or like is this back to Jade when Lexar asked if you can make things happen?
I don't know how you can make somebody poop their pants.
Mind control.
That would be the ultimate of control, I guess.
Oh yeah.
No, I did not make them. They just pooped in the middle of the hallway, and I seen it, and I was like, "Oh
Poop
God,
in your pants. Poop in the pants. Poop, poop in the pants. All right. Video in if you want to get Royal Rumble numbers. They got a bunch of them, or super chat $5, or join the Headyverse. Join the Headyverse, and we'll give you a number. Oh shit, that's a good question from Pepe Potit. What are your thoughts on Jackie Gata selling her old ring gear to support her habits? Did you see that video? I honestly thought it was a fake video, and I looked it up. It's really her.
Yeah, I didn't think it didn't look like her, and that looked pretty rough. I think she had.
I don't get joy out of this.
Yeah,
someone's like really gone. I mean, I have no idea. Maybe she's fine, but it looks like not good. It doesn't look like things are going good for her.
Yeah, I just hope she gets the help she needs.
Yeah.
Good. I was just looking on eBay at people's ring gear, signed ring gear and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't see any Jackie.
How about Jackie Jones? No. I will sign. No. I'm wearing long johns right now, long underwear. This is cold. I will sign these long johns that I wore during this episode. Washed or unwashed, up to you. I will not judge. The low price of $50.
Well,
Jackie Jones worn underwear. Worn during the November 28th through the 29th episode of In Your Head.
What kind of sick son of a bitch is gonna buy that?
This guy right below me.
John Ritter.
Then wear them on your head like the pantyhose.
Yeah, just Andrew would just hold them in his face and inhale them.
God, that's sick.
No,
I caught him doing that once. No, that I just made that up. But there was a time. This is true as can be. I was sharing a room with someone at a convention, and I walked in, and they were on their knees going through my underwear in the drawer, and neither of us said anything. He just got up, stopped what he's doing. I never brought it up to him. He never brought it back up to me, but I don't know what the hell he was doing. But he's going through my underwear in the drawer. Anthony Oberstar, God bless Wacko Bob, Miss Destiny, and Extreme Falls. What I like XT. Whatever happened to Miss Destiny? She got married.
Mm-hmm.
She might have a bunch of little Miss D's. I don't know. Mark B says, speaking of wrestlers selling stuff, I almost bought an iPod Daphne was selling. Rest in peace. Posted on her MySpace, but it was the 4-button iPod. I'm cool. I don't know what that means, but cool.
Yeah, I guess it's just the model you don't like, I guess.
Oh, I see.
It'd be cool if it had all of her songs on it. That'd be cool.
She had I really liked her. I was going to say something rude. Pepe Petit, she's really cool. How long do you give it before Punk wears out his welcome? I don't know. If he's cocking it up, maybe he'll just be there forever. Who knows?
Man,
I give it. Going to say a whole year. 1 year. 1 year.
I say 17 years until when Sonny gets out of jail.
And if I'm wrong, I'll podcast for as long as I feel like.
What?
I'll podcast for as long as I
say if you're wrong, you have to get paddled live on the show.
See, now we're delving in what Jackie Jones really wants. Like, yeah, paddle that incher. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Robert De Niro paddled in that new movie there. He paddled, what's the guy from Titanic?
Oh, Leonardo.
Yeah, he paddled his ass.
That guy deserves it. Man.
Pepe Poteet, do you think Lexar will ever run out of random questions? Nope. Geraldine wants to know, how many great lap dances has Lexar gotten this year? Not just great ones. Everyone was the greatest of all time.
I think he's up to like 4 or 5, isn't it?
Probably like 45.
Maybe more.
Yeah.
45?
All the greatest. Does he ride home on the subway with like crusty?
I don't know. I don't want to think about
jizz-filled underwear. And now it's cold. Now that it's cold, they're probably just like not ice, but it's just all like hard and brittle.
You're always dreaming about things in Lexar's pants that are hard, aren't you?
Yeah, but it's very little.
He probably has like a routine, some type of routine afterwards. Some sick kind of throw your underwear down the sewer kind of thing.
Maybe he wears the plastic bag to the strip club, like already in his pants. So
I think he actually said he did, honestly, one day.
He can just go to the restroom and throw away the plastic bag.
That's gross.
Oh, man. He's a good man.
You'll never look at a plastic bag the same again.
Taza wants to know, QT Marshall!
QT Marshall.
Mark B, is Lexar still crowd touching butts at wrestling shows? I think he gave it up.
Hopefully so, because that type of actions could land a man in jail.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yep, and then
he should.
Yeah, and in jail he won't be the one doing the touching. He'll be the touchy. Jonathan Jackson, I'm pretty sure no one has brought up or even asked this question. What do you think about the return of CM Punk? Entrance theme to WWE. Well, I am a big fan of the song, even before CM Punk. So, look into my eyes. What do you see? Mikey B, Mike Bessler. What was your favorite character wrestler from the original incarnation of Glow?
I like the farmer's daughter. Who was it? John Reddy?
Palestina. She was evil and hot.
Oh. Wasn't there a Big Bertha too?
I like Matilda the Hun.
Matilda the Hun, that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Jail where Lexar becomes the Lexard. We don't want Lexar in the big house. Also, what's better, Beatles album, Rubber Soul or Revolver?
Revolver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike Tesla wants to know, would you trust Shelly from Friday the 13th Part 3?
Like if we're in a foxhole together, is that what he's saying?
I guess. He's the man
or like as a lawyer
responsible for giving Michael Myers the mask. If it wasn't for Shelly, he'd still be wearing the hood or like a scuba mask.
You mean Jason?
Yeah, Jason.
That's true.
When I went to it wasn't LA. What's the I forget. But anyway, I went to horror trivia when I was out in LA, and it was really cool because there was a lot of people, and you broke up into groups, and everyone had their own group. And he was there. He's a regular at the trivia. He's a big horror fan, and did really well. And as much as I think I know a lot about horror or whatever, but these people are just insane.
Yeah.
There was like the kill count in RoboCop 2, and it was like 137 or something. I'm like, who the hell would know these things?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Because 138 would have been just going too far.
And it was just like I was excited when I knew a question, but like these people just some of them would just get every single one right, and they were just like stuff that like who's the best bull, who's the gaffer, and Return of Michael Myers. I'm like, what the hell?
So Becky Lynch should befriend some of these people and try to learn some trivia.
Exactly. we were like fourth from the bottom, our group, but we weren't the worst. So,
that's good.
It was me, Michael Epstein, Sophia Cassiola, and a couple other people who I don't remember. I'm sorry for the folks out there, but it was still a good time. It was during it was right around Christmas, so it was all actually Christmas themed. So I actually knew a few of them because I do like Christmas horror films.
Yeah. Got any more questions? We're out of questions.
Nope. That was all the questions for the night.
So finish it.
It's been a good night. Thank you, guys. We gave out a lot of numbers tonight. So just to recap, Dave Deadman is number 10. 1 through 9, there's no single digits that have been given out. So they're still out there. Baylor Dre has 13. Brian Clutter, Incher's young boy, has 14. The Mighty Lexar has 16. John Reddy with 17. It's funny, a lot here in this one group. El Santos World is 19. 18, I'm sorry. Goosey has 19. Steven Simmons has 20. Defending he's won 2 years in a row. That's crazy. Steven Butler has 22. Bruce Briscoe has 25. I think the odds are 1 in 900 to win 2 years in a row. 3 years would be 1 in 2,700. Daniel Chad Whitehead has 27.
And Steam Deck.
Not Bruce.
Nice.
It wasn't Bruce Briscoe. I wrote Bruce Briscoe. It's actually Bruce. Bruce. Have 25.
25, is it?
Yeah. Daniel Chad Whitehead is 27, and 28 is Sean Green. Mark B wants to know, since you're a fellow techie incher, do you own a Steam Deck?
I just showed him I had one.
I don't know what our Steam Deck is. That something you shave with? Is that like a shaving kit?
Yeah, it steams your face before you shave
when the AEW game first came out, that's what I was showing you this on. It's the AEW game. It's a game system.
That thing kicks ass. I want one so bad.
Steam Deck.
So it's like you play the Steam, like, because I have Steam on my computer.
Yeah, you can play computer games on it.
It's a computer.
Basically.
It's a computer.
I have played Marvel Snap on there. It's fun. Not on the Steam Deck.
Oh. I want to play that too, kind of.
It's fun. I played
it. seems really...
I had the
app.
People... I had the app on my phone, and then it came up one day that you could do it on the Steam, and you get some extra stuff. It's free. It's good.
I'm sure it looked better on a computer.
Yeah, it does, and because that's funny. Once I play on the computer, then if I do it on my phone, I'm like, I can like.
Yeah.
What's your Steam account? Mark B wants to know. I'll add you.
Oh, it's just 1 inch biceps. You'll find.
I am nasty.
Yeah, I'm right. Oh, geez. Ad popped up.
Your dick popped up.
An ad.
Pop that ass up. Smack that ass. Yeah.
Looking to save big on home.
No sound.
Well, ads are probably fine to play because they want you to hear them.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
It's funny if you would have pulled it up and you just heard like, like you heard that Liberace movie going on.
Yeah, like
you watching it? Tony Oberstaff 5-hour show. I say let's go to 10.
What's that? I'll see you all next week. It was a good show.
You have to get up early.
I had a lot of fun.
Not early.
Jack's got to get up early.
I've got to get up at 9. That's not that early.
I got to go to All In 2028.
my mom is going to bingo in 3 weeks. So I gotta go to bed now.
Yeah, I have a job interview in 4 days.
I'm sorry, making fun.
I gotta get sleep. Yeah.
Goodbye. I gotta pee.
All right.
See you all later.
If you were a real man, you'd just piss in your pants. But we'll be back next week.
I guess he's pissing. Yeah.
And hit the like button, hit that bell icon, join the Headyverse, send a Venmo, help out the show. And we will be back next week. Maybe we'll be in HD. I don't know. We'll find out. Good times. Good night, y'all. Good night, David D. Bring in the D. All right. Let's get out of here, folks. This is not the right thing. That's pretty sweet. 8-bit animation by Jackie Jones. You can see that in my movie. Here we go. Here's the right one. All right, we'll be back next week.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
Surprise! This is the after credits. It's like you watch the MCU movie and up pops the Beast. That is a huge spoiler for the new movie out there. But instead, look at this. He pops up a fucking, what is that, a wolf?
Toast is delicious. Yeah, I believe so.
I'm still not real. That used to be my catchphrase. That's my werewolf.
This is my ASMR mask. I'm just like eat bread.
ASMR has the opposite effect on me. It makes me angry. I don't like overly calm. I don't like overly calmness. I don't like calm people. I don't like talking. It makes me nervous, makes me pissed. I like to be angry and edgy and nervous. That's how I like it. So I'm going to do the opposite of ASMR. I'm going to do my own ASMR. I'm just like, I know, like punching the camera and stuff. What do you think about that? Breaking shit. Like, oh, this is my ASMR. Just smashing bottles and stuff.
Hell yeah, throw bottles at walls. Watch like Faces of Death over and over again.
I'll be yeeting the bottles.
Yeet sounds too much like skeet. And skeet means to jizz.
Well, I'll be doing that too. That's my ASMR. And we'll be back next week, skeeting and a-eating, here at In Your Head. Oh, booyah! Booyah kasa! Hishinaka, not but a hole, but he could die!
Bye, John.
Yeah.